Hello.
Hello.
I was a little late. Sorry. Had to go get my pizza. You know what I mean?
Pizza is important.
We have to eat. But hello. These are our usual Thursday night sprints, except also apparently it's my 1 year booktube anniversary. Okay.
Yay!
I have ML to thank for this because I was on in the comments of Bree Cherie's sprints last night since I don't work on Wednesdays, and ML was like, "Isn't your YouTube anniversary coming up?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's sometime in May." And then I was like, "Oh wait, it is May." And I went and looked, and my first sprint that I had no one show up to, it's really fun. Like I'm pretty sure I sprinted for like 4 hours or something just alone, like just by myself. Like I just hung out, on my own. It's okay. We've come so far. It said 11 months ago, so I clicked on it and it said May 11th, 2022. So I'm just going to claim May 11th as my booktube anniversary.
Claim it.
What are we reading? I'm reading Pucking Ever After, Volume 1. I finally finished pucking around at like 8 o'clock this morning. I still have 3 hours on this stupid timer, which is why I decided to pick this up. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm doing the 24-hour challenge. I still have about 3.5
last week
hours.
Thursday.
Yes, I know. It's taking me like a whole week. But here's the thing.
I'm just kidding.
I've been watching the clips back because I was like, if I really seem stressed out, like I just won't upload it and I'll just try again. But I'm much more relaxed because I haven't like pushed myself to make, you know what I mean? Like I haven't, I basically anything that I read at work didn't count toward the timer because I don't always have time to like start and stop the timer when I'm at work. So there was a lot of reading that was done at work that didn't count, but
I mean, so you could call it your outside of work reading. Like
exactly. And I even said like in the video, I was like, I'm not counting anything that I read at work because that will stress me out. Like that will be the end. I will be done.
Right.
But we've gotten much further and I'm not stressed out because when I did this with Brittany, I was stressed out after the first 7 hours.
Well, and 24 hours of reading.
Yeah.
It's 7 days. Right?
Yeah.
So it's been 7 days. So 24 hours divided by 7, that's 3 hours plus a day. So like 3 hours of reading a day is pretty darn good.
Right. Well, especially because I picked up Pucking Ever After, Pucking Around, I'm sorry, not realizing how long it was because I read That One Night, which is a prequel novella, because when I opened up Pucking Around, it said like I would suggest that you read this first, but if you don't want to read it, here's a recap. So I was like, let me read it. It was only like 200 pages. So I was like, cool, like I'll read it. I read it. It was cute. I gave it 4 stars, whatever. Then I was like, okay, now I'm going to read Pucking Around. Tell me why Pucking Around, I did not know until I was like, why is this book dragging for so long? So I finally just went into like the about this book thing on Kindle to see how long this book was. Why is this book 756 pages?
What? It's a romance.
And here's the thing, like
it's a hockey romance.
The poly rep in this book, I've never seen poly in a book done so well. I'm like truly. But there is no reason for this polyamorous hockey romance to be almost 800 pages. Because I was like, why is this book almost as big as Priory of the Orange Tree? Why? For what reason? And like one of the I gave it 4.75 stars because there were 2 things that bothered me. One thing was a certain sex thing that it's not really for me. Okay, nothing violent, but like it's just not for me, this specific thing that they did. The other reason is because one of the male characters, I'm sorry, he's a bitch. Like he is just I'm all for like a submissive man, okay? Anyone can be submissive no matter your gender, okay? But this dude, first of all, the gay awakening in this book was beautiful. Okay, it was absolutely beautiful. We love the gay awakenings, coming to terms with our sexuality, but this dude, I just could not. Like, I text Brittany and I was like, clearly I prefer like the grumpy dominant hero, because this man is on my nerves. And we get 4 perspectives, so we get a perspective from each person in this relationship as they enter the relationship. And his perspective made me want to jump out a window, but it's fine because we needed him in the book, and like being able to see him from other people's point of view made him a little bit more tolerable. But so this is Pucking Ever After is a novella of novellas. It's like 6 short scenes that take place. Well, this one that I'm reading takes place during Pucking Around, but we don't see it in Pucking Around. The rest of them are supposed to take place, I think, 4 or 6 years after. So that's fun. But yes, that's what I'm reading, because I'm hoping that this will get me my last 3.5 hours. It says it should only take me 2 hours to read. So we'll see how that goes. What are you reading, Amy?
I am reading. Oh, I did it wrong on the thing. I'm reading The Writing Retreat by Julia Bartz.
I'm so glad you're reading this. I'm going to give this one a second chance. I read it in April. I'm going to give it a second chance.
What did you give it?
I gave it like a 3-star.
I mean,
I gave it a 3. And the thing is like, we did it as a big group read on Instagram. And I was like, yeah, like at the beginning I was like vibing, and I was like, yeah, this is great. This is everything that I want in like a thriller, like everything, like the buzzwords around this book should be everything I want. And then I got through it and I was like, mm-mm. And then when I did my wrap up video, I talked about it because it's in my April wrap up, and I was like, I'm gonna try to give this another chance because I don't know if it's me or if it's the book.
So like, I'm on chapter 3. Like, okay, so I mean, I'm on chapter 4. So she just found out that she's going to the writing retreat, and I'm having trouble with the whole something happened and there's all this drama between 2 adult friends.
Yeah, that was a thing for me too.
I'm like, ma'am, you're
it was like Mean Girls vibes to me. Yeah. And I was like, you guys are supposed to be like 30 years old. Like, fine if it's like a YA. Right. Okay. Yeah, I can vibe with that if it's a YA, but y'all are supposed to be 30 years old.
Yeah. So the YA-ness of that, just that is not enough for me to stop reading this, Like, it's not enough for me to stop reading it, but right now it's really bugging the crap out of me. Because I was like, I'm past the Mean Girl stage of my life where I'm just gonna put.
I don't have time for that.
Like I don't have time. I don't have time.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a thing that bothered me as well. I don't know. I'm gonna give it a second chance, but I think it might be the book for me.
I'm interested to see like where it's going. Like, I'm really interested to see where it's going. So yeah.
I can't tell you anything because I already read it, so I don't want to like spoil.
Right.
Hello, Ren. Yes, food first always. I was like, oh, I'm gonna make pizza for my celebration, and then I was like, you did not time this well, ma'am, at all. It said 20 minutes, and I put it in at 20 minutes until 8. No, that was not good on me. Just got my burger for dinner. I agree. Food first always. I mean, this is why y'all are my people, to be honest. Why are my comments jumping? Okay, thank you so much. Right, ML. And also I'm doing sprints on my bed, which I had to like move my ring light because I mean, I was like, we could just make this a whole vibe and have like crappy lighting, but then I was like, don't do that. But at like the beginning of my channel, I always sprinted on my bed because I didn't really have anywhere else to sit. Like, now I sit like on the floor, but I was like, we'll just sprint on my bed. We'll make it a whole vibe. Hello, Sarah.
Well, I'm not in my usual spot because my usual spot, like, you can see the sun that would be in my eyes if I was in my
Amy would be blinded. We would not be able to see her. Hello, Glenda. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hello, Danny. Thank you. Thank you, Kelsey. We miss you, Kelsey. I miss Kelsey so much. She does pop up in the besties chat, but like I'm pretty sure she's on like a whole different time zone now, and so she'll
yeah, she's on her
she's in Japan or Taiwan or somewhere like that. So she's,
or is that for work? Is it for work or
no? Her and her boyfriend went like on a trip. They've had this trip
for like her getaway. Okay, that's what I thought. But then I was like, oh, what if it's for work? Then I just.
Hello, Tina. Hello, Camilla. Hello, ML. Yeah, I didn't even think to look. I was like, yeah, my anniversary will come up at some point. I don't know. I think I wasn't really going to do anything for it, so it didn't like occur to me to look to see when it was. I'm in the way of the light. Okay, go. Good night. Do not get up again unless you have to go to the bathroom. Do you understand? Yes. Good night.
Good night, Ari.
You say good night, guys. Because she heard you, Amy. She's like, good night, guys. Happy anniversary. Thank you.
So did she get the package that I sent?
She has gotten a stack of packages, but I'm not letting her open them until her birthday.
Okay.
So
perhaps
we got 2 more packages today. But I'm not letting her open them until her birthday. And I'm going to actually just
sometimes Amazon tells me when they deliver it, and sometimes Amazon doesn't. And I'm like, just tell me when you deliver it to somebody that is not me. Why are you telling me that you delivered it to me? That doesn't make any sense. I don't care.
Plugs where? It's probably an ant, bro. We live in Indiana. It's not.
Why can I never find on Amazon what I'm looking for when I'm in the app?
Right.
I just can't. Like I'm trying to find my orders. No.
I'm going to film her opening everything and then put it up on my channel.
Fun. Oh, it says it was delivered May 7th.
Then it's probably come because I
didn't realize that it was that long ago that I ordered it. It's like the 12th.
Give me 1 second because she's crying. Hold on.
Okay. I don't know what to say. And I do sprints on my own channel. So I feel like I should know like what to say, but because I do them by myself all the time. Anyway, I had a field trip today and I walked at least 2 miles around this big place that is a hill. So there was a lot of steps in my life today. So that was great. What are some books that are on my in the next coming months, I don't have a lot of books that I'm like super looking forward to. Just because there's been a lot and I haven't been paying attention.
She saw a piece of lint and was convinced it was a fucking book. Anyway.
Oh no.
Anyhow, she has 7 packages. What are?
But I did see that has already come out that I'm excited for is the new Sophie Cousins, and that I want to read. I don't remember what it's called. I just loved the first book I read by her so much that I just want to read everything that she writes. And I have a book by her that I haven't read yet. I was also very excited about Finley Donovan Jumps the Gun, and I have yet to read that. So
I need you to read that.
I need to read it.
I need you to read it.
I need to read it.
Everyone's saying hello in the comments. Yeah, but we have 7 packages here for her. None of them are for me, so I don't know who they're all from.
Because it's like actually like literally addressed to her, right?
Right. So I haven't opened any of them because they're addressed to her. Like they all say Ariana and her last name. I'm not going to put on the internet. Her last name is different than mine, so I don't put her last name on the internet. But I have them all stacked up. That's why I actually am not sitting in my book corner also, because they're stacked in my book corner, because I'm going to film it over there and let her open them. And then I'm not going to show anyone's gift, like the gift receipt. I'll read it out loud, but I know that there were 2 different people that messaged me and said that they put their actual name on the receipt instead of their Instagram handle. And so I was like, don't worry, I'm just going to read them. I'm not going to like hold them up to the camera or anything.
I think I might have done that as well. So
yeah. So
I didn't
Brittany tends to do that as well. She puts her whole name on the receipt. So I just say like, oh, thank you, Brittany. Like I don't ever like read her name because I don't know who wants their name on the internet.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tina. Everyone's saying hello. We love this in the comments. Thank you. Thank you.
Yay.
Reading Five Nights at Freddy's by Scott Cawthon. Wonderful. Hello. Thank you. Hello, Nina. I don't know that I've ever seen a romance that long. I know! Crazy! Because I thought terms and conditions in the fine print were long, and they're over 500 pages. And then I looked, that thing said 754. I was like, and Mr. Reno and Eva was like, you can put it down. And I was like, I'm already 80% through this book. I'm just wondering why it's taking me so long to write this romance.
That's crazy.
Everyone's saying hello. Right. That's what I said, Tina. I literally looked at him and I was like, I'm pretty sure Prior to the Orange Tree is like 806 pages. I was like, why is this contemporary polyamorous romance that long? So I'm gonna say this. It is long, but it's worth the read. It's worth it. Like it was good. You know what I mean? I enjoyed it. But it did not need to be that long. Maybe it's just because it's on KU. Like maybe she did it that way because it's on KU, but I can't wait for the next book.
I mean, because you do get paid per page.
Yeah. And the next book is called Pucking Wild, I think. And it's a reverse age gap because it's Rachel, who's our main female character in Pucking Around. It's her best friend and another hockey player, which you're introduced to that dynamic in Pucking Around. And I'm so excited because I love Tess and the other hockey player that gets introduced. I'm ready. Okay. I'm ready. Thank you. Everyone's saying hello. But yeah, it's such good polyrep. Like I've never seen it done so well. And like you can tell that they've never done polyamory before. But like the communication is on point. You know what I mean? Like yeah. Hello E Harris. I feel like I haven't seen you in years. Thank you so much. Still on Verity. What are you thinking? I need to know. Reading King of Wraith by Anna Wong. Wonderful. I need to read more of her books because I did like Twisted Love. Like it was fine. I gave it like a 4-star. But I hear that her books get better as you go. So done with writers writing adult characters as a 3 and a YA novel. I think she's talking about Writing Retreat for this.
Yes. Yeah.
Half-Baked Murder. Mm-hmm.
Fun.
It does sound good. I did add this to my TBR because of Leandra. But I also have ink on my TBR because of Leandra. Basically, I just add everything that Leandra reads. It's fine. So I'm reading Chain Gang All-Stars by I'm not gonna try to say this woman's last name, so we're just gonna say by Nana because Nana Kwame.
Adjei.
There you go. That's as good as I got.
That's the English phonetic, so that does not mean it's correct.
That's why, no offense to anyone that liked this book, but that's why I couldn't get into Hyde by Kirsten White. Oh, okay. Because they're written YA. I tried this book and then I wasn't really in the mood for it, so I put it down. I don't know if I'm gonna pick it back up though. Everyone's saying, hey. Ollie and I started that on audio the other day, but the audio narrator is sort of whispering in her delivery, and our car must be loud. We cannot hear her, so we put it down. Ari, go to bed, bro.
I'm trying.
Come here. I think.
I'm wondering if they're talking about the.
I think they're talking about the writing retreat.
The writing retreat.
Fucking around.
Go
to bed. Go. I don't want to see you again. Good night. Because fucking around doesn't have an audio.
Yeah, because I started like listening to it and reading it all.
Close your door. Go to bed.
And I could see how reading it in a car would be
rough.
Less than ideal. Is that Half-Baked Murmur? Half-Baked Murder by Emily George?
I believe so. Hold on.
A Cannabis Cafe Mystery?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yes. Jean is reading Thursday Murder Club. Also, I just need to say that if you go to Spotify, you can find a playlist for like every book on Kindle Unlimited. So tell me why. I've been like, ever since I started the fine print, I've been listening to the Spotify playlist for all of these romance KU books.
I love that.
It's honestly great.
I love that.
Thank you. Everyone's saying hello. I miss you all too. And sprint to my physical books. I'm in Japan now, but we'll be in Taiwan in a few days. I'm pretty sure she's going. I'm pretty sure they were going to like Disney Japan too.
Oh, okay. Yep. I remember somebody saying that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Kelsey. That's so fun. We're gonna have to do like a big like besties sprint when she gets back. Currently at 57% of the Thursday Murder Club. Have to finish by Monday for work book club. Stopping by to say happy booktube anniversary. Thank you so much.
Jean, do you have the audio for Thursday Murder Club? Just because I love the accent and the of the audio of that. It's so fun to listen to, but I know it's kind of slogging for you. So I thought maybe
that would help.
That might help.
Currently at 22% of King of Wraith. This must be the comment that you were talking about.
Yes.
Okay. So
they were helping me because I was like, I do sprints by myself all the time and I cannot think of what to say right now.
So let me think. So Fourth Wing is on my radar. So I don't know anything about this book. So I just need everyone to know that I don't know anything about this. It popped up on like my. I'm gonna change this because this is like comments are like cutting off your face and it's.
I know. I keep looking up and I'm like, my eyes.
There we go. I was trying to make it so that I'll mess with it like during the sprint and see if maybe I can make the banner smaller.
Well, you could.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway. So
right, because they'll be.
Or I'll try to mess with
Leander on. Is Leander coming?
I don't know. I'm gonna. Sometimes she doesn't. For Thursdays, she doesn't always show up before 8:30. So
okay.
If she like doesn't show up, but I know there was something going on with her masters or something, so I'm not sure. So she had said maybe, but I tagged her anyway just in case. Okay. I know nothing about this book. I literally pre-ordered this because it kept showing up on my stupid Amazon like you might like this, and it was so pretty. Like I was like, I have to get it, and it's got the dragons.
That's where I saw it because there was a reel that had a bookseller who reviewed every book that she had on, like whether or not there were dragons, like she marked it as dragon or no dragon.
Yeah.
That book was in it, and that's why it looked familiar.
And
I was like, why have I seen that?
I'm just like sitting here and I was like, I have to get this. So I am highly anticipating this book because Reni read it and she gave it 5 stars, I think. She said it was really good. And then also The Serpent and the Wings of Night. That is a highly anticipated book for me. It's on KU. Honestly, also by the same author. I can't remember her name right now, Cassandra something. I think, hold on, I'm gonna look because I have it downloaded to my Kindle because it's on Kindle Unlimited. All of her stuff, as far as I'm aware, is on Kindle Unlimited. But she also wrote a fancy book called A Daughter of No Worlds, or The Daughter of No Worlds, something like that. So that's also highly anticipated for me, just because people have talked about it so much that I'm like, Carissa Broadbent, that's who it is. So Daughter of No Worlds and The Serpent and the Wings of Night, because people have been doing nothing but like gushing about those books. But I'm gonna be really like honest. Also, The Final Offer, which is the last book in the Dreamland Billionaires series. But I'm gonna be really honest. I'm not really good at like following like books that are coming out. So like if they pop up for me, like on Amazon or something, like, and it looks interesting, like I pre-ordered Happy Place as well, which is sitting over there. And I'm in, like, that's a highly anticipated book, but I'm not good with like,
why didn't I?
Yeah, but I'm not good with like I'm not, it overwhelms me to try to follow like every book that's coming out soon.
Well, and I haven't read Book Lovers yet. So
I need you to read it, but I also need you to go into it understanding that it's not, in my opinion, it's not really a romance. There's romance in it, but it focuses a lot more on the sisterly bond between the two of the main characters. Which for me was fine, but a lot of people didn't like it because of that, because they went into it being like, oh, this is a romance.
Right. Yeah. I personally love the Thursday Murder Club series.
So does Brittany.
But I know I don't think Jean's loving it.
I want to try it just because I like to show Every Murder in the Building.
Yeah, it's very similar to that.
And I love that show. I also
it's almost like a cross between Golden Girls and Only Murders in the Building, just because you have the retired community feeling, and then you have solving murders.
And honestly, I love both of those things. So
yeah, like I just love it. But I know some qualms that some people have had about it, and I totally get it, but I love it.
Yeah. I mean, I also would prefer for people to kill bugs, but
when that bug turns out to be lint, it's a little down.
She was like, it's right there. And I was like, bro, this is lint.
I mean, I have freaked out over lint before. That I'm not gonna lie.
The Tales of Ari to Delay Bedtime. Yeah, it's an every night thing at this point. FaceTime them at 2 a.m. because there's a spider spawning in an ant. I mean,
yeah. I saw an ant today on my field trip, legit carrying a dead spider around.
No.
I was like, what is happening?
Well, they can.
I seriously stared at like.
They can carry like, it's like 2 times their body weight.
Yeah,
craziness. Right. And I'm like, cool, buddy.
Yeah.
Hello, Nicole. Thank you so much. Yes, Nicole is over on her channel sprinting as well, but it's Friday for her because it always trips me up because she puts Friday night sprints in her as her just thing, like as her title, and I'm like, it's not Friday, and then I'm like, wait, for her it's Friday. Hello, Alice. Hi, Jessica. Thank you so much. Hi, Meredith. I was on sprints like in her comments with Meredith this morning at like 2:30 in the morning.
Nice.
I was trying to finish pucking around, you know? Thank you. So many romances on KU are like that. They really are. It's fine. I mean, at this point, when I downloaded KU Romance, I expect it to be long. I just didn't expect it to be 750 pages long. You know, that just seems exorbitant to me. Yeah. That just seems
a lot. Like, I want to see that book in print, and I want to be like, really?
Right. Well, and that's the thing is, like, I want to buy Pucking Around, but I'm like, this book is gonna come. It's gonna look like a freaking fantasy novel.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's good. It's gonna look like a fantasy novel on my shelf. Another one is coming tomorrow for Ari, according to Amazon. Okay, it probably is. So, just so everyone is aware, because I've said this before, but we live very close to a distribution center. So if you're sending us stuff and it tells you an arrival date, it probably will actually come on that date because because like am even eligible for like same day shipping on stuff because we're only like 15 miles from a distribution center. So.
Nice.
KU price is going up. Yeah, I saw that. I'm still gonna pay for it though, to be honest, because I do 90% of my reading on KU. So like it's for me, it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
It's better like investment wise for me than to buy the books that I would be reading. You know?
Yeah. How much is it going up to? I have not heard this yet. I am just hearing this for the first time now.
It's going up to $11.99 in June, so it's going up by like $2.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still personally gonna pay for it just because most of my reading is done that way anyway.
Oh, but you could buy 6 months or 12 months of Kindle Unlimited and lock in the $9.99 price.
Yeah. Which I'm probably going to do that because I need to start just buying Kindle Unlimited a year at a time anyway.
Right. I need to make sure Destiny sees this because her husband just bought her. So just be like, make sure he buys the full year.
Right. Just buy a full year. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do is I'm just going to switch mine over to a full year of Kindle Unlimited because right now I'm paying it monthly, but I'm just like, investment wise, it doesn't make sense to pay it every month.
Yeah.
You know? Because I'm like,
I go back and forth if I want to keep it or not, but then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I want to read this on KU, and then I read it, and then I'm like, I'm so glad I have it. But then I
right. Right.
I maybe need to get rid of KU just long enough to get caught up in NetGalley and then do better about not requesting so much stuff on NetGalley. And then I can read other stuff in my Kindle and not just NetGalleys.
Right. I think for me, like, because there are months that I don't read a lot of Kindle Unlimited stuff. That I specifically focus on what's on my shelf. Like, for instance, there's the backlist arc that I'm reading this month, which is also the book that Mr. Reading when Eva picked for my TBR game. Because he keeps hounding me about how I was gifted this arc and then never read it. Which that's on me, okay? Thankfully, like, I know the author, like I met her and like she's great, so like she probably isn't mad about it, but also I feel bad. But that book is on Kindle Unlimited. So like, cool, I'll download it. I can give her the money that way too, and it still counts as getting off my TBR. Because for me, as long as it's a book that's on my shelf, it doesn't matter how I read it. You know?
Yeah, because when I do things like that, I will get the audio of a book that's on my shelf and listen to it. So it's like on my shelf.
Right. Because
a lot of times I'll follow along part of the time or whatever. But
yeah, that's like what I did all last month was like Delilah Green, How to Sell a Haunted House, like all of those. I was like, well, I'll just get the audios, but it still counts as it being off my shelf because it's literally like I have the physical on my shelf. So, Ink is also on my TBR because Leander just makes Shy books is so convincing. Honestly,
it really is. It really is.
Already started book 2 of the Thursday Murder Club.
Is it book 2? I'm actually caught up in that one, in that series.
Wow, I'm caught up in one series.
Who am I? I think I like book 3. I think I like book 3 the best. But I don't know.
Honestly, I need to catch up in more series, but it's like I just start new series every month. Last month, I started 4 series. I'm like, what am I doing? No. Now, I will say in my defense that sometimes on Kindle Unlimited, I don't realize that they're a series.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go look at it and I'm like, oh, this is a series. And then I just download the first book anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That's my toxic trait. Starting a series. Like
starting new series.
Yeah, and also that audiobook that was quiet was the writing retreat. E. Harris said, I haven't gotten to the ridiculous parts yet, but it's getting interesting. I think I'm going to have to give the audiobook a try because I'm just not in a reading mood much lately. I think that the audiobook was really good. I've read it physically, I've read it on Kindle, and I've listened to the audio, and I thought that the audio was good. So
that's Verity, right? Yeah, I liked the audio of Verity.
Okay, I don't know what we're talking about, but that's okay. Half-Baked Murder is amazing and really educational in the way of someone opening a very specific business that isn't common because she's making gourmet edibles, which is wonderful. We love to see it. Do not enjoy Hyde. YA and major plot holes made me mad, and don't look for plot holes. These were that bad. It could have been great. Yeah, I've heard that a lot. Like, Rye didn't like it either. She said that it was confusing. I think Michelle from Michelle's Library might have tried to read it and didn't like it. Like, a lot of people didn't like it. Also, to make them for people who are uncomfortable with consuming that but need to for health reasons, like her grandmother and her grandmother's friends. Yeah.
Nice.
Reading Fourth Wing next month for Once Upon a Readathon. Team Dragons. I need to go watch. I need to figure out which team I'm going to be on. Maybe I'll be on Team Dragons just because, like, my Opa, which is my grandpa on my mom's side, he's, like, passed away. But his, like, Chinese zodiac is a dragon.
Mm-hmm. And you have Fourth Wing that you could read.
And I have Fourth Wing. So excited for Fourth Wing. Me too. I can't wait. I think I'm gonna have to get the audio though because the type in this book is so small. Either that, like, I'm either gonna have to get the audio or I'm gonna have to just give myself grace on it taking me a month to read it. Actually, maybe I'll just get the ebook. I think I'll do that because here's the thing is I keep getting the ebook like from the library because I want to annotate the things. So if I think that I'm gonna want to annotate it, I get the ebook because then I can easily highlight things and then send the highlights to my email and then I can go through the book and highlight stuff. Amazon is really investing in limited editions with sprayed edges. Thank God, because honestly, I'll buy all of them because the only other book I have on my shelf that is sprayed edges, here's the thing. I can't justify. I want to be able to justify this to myself, but like the Loot Crate boxes or the Loot Crate books, like those, the subscriptions, I think they're so pretty, but like it will cost me almost $70 to get them to me. Because they're from the UK, which like is fine because the UK seems to be the ones that do a lot of the sprayed edges. I know that Fourth Wing, it's limited edition for the sprayed edges or something. But you can also get it at Barnes and Noble with the sprayed edges. But the only other book I have that has sprayed edges is my copy of We Sold Our Souls by Grady Hendrix, and I didn't know that it even came with sprayed edges, and then it came and the edges are all black, which is like a vibe. Okay. Nice. And yes, I know that no one liked that book except me. It's fine. No one liked it except me during the boy band's readathon. I gave it 5 stars or 4 stars, something like that. But I gave it a very high score. Reni was like, I would give this 0 stars. She did not like it. Her whole team didn't like it. But I already have a Thursday Murder Club on TBR, but it's moving so far to the top because I was looking for a cozy mystery that was set in a retirement home. There you go. Hello, Kiana. I'm just sad they're paying authors less and charging us more. Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah. I'm going to keep... But I think the thing with KU for me is, like, I'm not going to get rid of it because I want to be able to support these authors.
Right, because the authors are like, don't boycott it because that's hurting us more. Like, it's not hurting Amazon. It's going to hurt us more, you know? So, yeah, it stinks.
But I don't want to get rid of it because it hurts them more for us to be like, no, we're not going to do it.
Right.
So,
because then they're not making any money.
Right.
Unless we're buying the books.
So, I mean, they're making, but if they, the other thing is, if they pull them from Kindle Unlimited, it makes their books less accessible. That's why so many people do Kindle Unlimited, because it makes their books more accessible. Now, obviously, you have to pay for the subscription, but there are people that may not have access. Like, if I still lived in the little tiny Iowa town that I lived in when I was in high school, we had a library, but it was not good. So like the next closest, it was just very small, you know what I mean? So they had like a lot of like history books in there, and then they had a lot of like Nora Roberts. Okay, when I was 12, I didn't want to read Nora Roberts. Like, thanks, but no thanks. And then they had like a lot of children's books, like for like Ari's age group. I'm not reading that at 12 either. Right. But the next public library was 30 miles away. So unless my mom could drive me there, like, how am I going to get there? You know what I mean?
Right.
So things like Kindle Unlimited or like the Libby app, like those are just, they make books so much more accessible. That it makes me sad when authors are like, well, I don't have a choice but to pull my books off Kindle Unlimited because all these people are boycotting, so I'm not making anything. Right. It's more expensive for me to have them on here.
Yeah.
You only lock it in for that one-time purchase. Then after your gift months, it goes up. Which, that's fine, but I mean, at least it would be like that year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you can adjust that gives people time also to like adjust their budgets, you know? Because if you're like me and you budget for every penny that you have, like a subscription like that going up even by $2 can throw your whole budget off.
Right.
Hello, Nell. Rather pay a flat year price than a monthly taxing price. Yeah, me too. If romance book is 700 pages, I expect an audio companion. Yeah, there's no audio for Pucking Around. I looked everywhere because I was like, maybe it's on an Audible exclusive. No, there's not one that exists. So,
well, and it's harder for indie published.
And like I said, like the book is so good. Like I would recommend it to people. I would just be like, this is a very long book. So.
Yeah.
You're welcome. But I also do warn people that like there are men sleeping with men, and like if that's not your thing, and it's not like closed door, like it's smutty, okay? And if that's not your thing, I'm not gonna tell you to read this book. Brittany did download it though, so I hope that she reads it. I don't know. I read fast on my Kindle too, so I don't think I think about how long a book is on my Kindle. Starting series, not always finishing them. Yeah. Maybe one of my goals this year is to finish as many series as I start.
How's it going?
I would be screwed already. I hope it's working for you, Danny. But because last month alone, I started 4 or 5 series. Last month alone. I mean, I also continued series. Like, I continued Throne of Glass. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, I am also continuing series. I continued Dreamland Billionaires, you know, but.
I mean, you're caught up in that one, aren't you? No, you're not.
I have one more book. To read, and then I'll be complete with that series because there's only 3 books. Yeah. So I'm hoping to read it next month. It doesn't really fit into this month unless I just do what I seem to do every month, and I'm like, screw the TBR. But I would have to find a prompt on my game that it would fit. Because if I don't fulfill the prompts on my game, I'm giving myself grace, like I talked about last month, so I can read other books if they fit the prompts, but I have to fulfill every prompt on my game, or...
What are the prompts you have?
I get another roll. There's 8 books total, but I've already read 1. So I have 8 prompts total.
But you have 7 prompts left.
But 7 prompts left, yeah, because I did listen to Last Invitation. Which I think one of my prompts was a romance book. So I could switch out, but I don't remember what book I picked for that. But I could switch out that book for Final Offer. You know. Hello, Zoe. Team Dragons, we're gonna win. Yeah, I need to go watch Hannah's video again. I watched it and then retained nothing. Ridiculous. I'm not sure which team I want to be on for What's Fun to Read is on, but not sure which team to read. I'm going to pick my TBR from my library for that readathon as I don't have books that would work. I'm leaning towards one of the water teams. Wonderful. I don't think so. I think it's a standalone. Please hold while I look this up for you. Because if it's not a standalone, that means I'm starting another dang series. And I already have. So when I counted through all the series that I've started. Mm-hmm. Oh no, it is a series. It's the first book in a duology. So the second book is called Iron Flame. And let me tell you when this comes out because I don't know.
But Fourth Wing is shorter than Pucking Around.
I know, ridiculous, isn't it? Fourth Wing is the first book, and then Iron Flame is the second book, and it comes out the day before my birthday, so November 7th.
Nice.
And now I'm pre-ordering this during the first month. Okay. Anyway, yeah. But when I counted how many series I've started just in the last year, there's 85. Which I know because I put them into my Cawpile spreadsheet so I could see, because it'll count it.
Mm-hmm.
85. And that's not with me adding any that I've started this
year.
Year.
That's not like books in a series that you've read. That could be like other ones. That's starting.
Yeah, that's series that I have started but not completed. I mean, half of them are Kindle Unlimited series. So
right.
that's where Kindle Unlimited gets me.
Right. Well, and I've started a lot of cozy mystery series, but I don't necessarily read every book in every cozy mystery series.
I can't just buy any kind of box subscriptions. Yeah, that's another thing. But if I buy them off Amazon or from you know what I mean? Or from Barnes and Noble. I'm thinking about going and getting a second copy of Fourth Wing from Barnes and Noble while my brother is here, because we're probably going to go to a store. Because then I can have one that I can display and one that I can annotate. You know what I mean? But also I'm is that really cost effective? Probably not. I could just annotate it and then display the damn book. What do you mean?
Well, I have a book box subscription that is used books, so I never feel that way with messing it up because it's used. And all the stuff in it is super cute.
So, not everyone likes Grady Hendrix. Clearly, I like him. Clearly. Me and Grady, if I met Grady Hendrix, I would die on the floor. So, I just need everyone to know that. I try really hard to not be a fangirl of people because I know that they're just human beings. But also, if you're in front of me, I'll probably pass out. To be honest. But yeah, I really liked We Sold Our Souls, but it does, I don't know, it does take a weird turn. The only other books I have with Sprayed Edges is the Six of Crows duology hardcover edition. It's wonderful. When I couldn't afford Kindle Unlimited, I just made a bunch of email accounts and had a 30-day trial on them all. I mean, that's one way to do it. I can now happily confirm we can afford to pay for luxuries, and we do pay for them. Yeah. I also like you because it's a secondary digital library. If I like a book series, or even a new author. Exactly. And my thing is if I can find the book on Kindle Unlimited, it cuts down on me actually buying books because I won't let myself buy a book that's on KU unless I enjoyed the book. It's got to be at least a 4-star before I'm yeah, girl, you can buy it. Mm-hmm. Everyone's saying hello, Tia. Hello, Leandra. Leandra, if you want to come on camera, I don't know if you do. I did send you a link. Thanks to Amy, who reminded me to send a link because I forgot. Thank you.
I was wait, I don't remember
15 minutes. A link anywhere. She was did you send a link? And I'm oh, no, I didn't. Everyone's saying hello. So far, I'm almost breaking even. I think I finished 8 series and started 9. That's not bad. Nice. If I like them enough, I'll buy a copy, physical or digital, even though through digital, the author gets more of the profits, so I can read it, even if at some point I do decide to take a break. Right. Mm-hmm. From KU is what she means. Right. Mm-hmm. Everyone's saying hello. Hello, Pat.
Hello.
I don't know if I saw you pop in here before. I don't know. Everyone's saying hello, Courtney. I think the first sprint I'm going to continue listening to Blood Debts. I need to read this. This is a backlist arc for me. I have this as an arc, bro. It's just sitting in my net galley. I'm over 100 pages.
I have quite a few of those too, so I can't.
Then you will have to grade. Understood. This is a good idea.
It is. I love it. I really do.
19 final essays to grade, and y'all, I am less than a week from not saying that anymore. I have a break from grading until June 5th. Wonderful. Everyone is saying yes, all the friends are here. Everyone is saying hello. I'm not gonna click on every single one that's like hello to people. I love y'all.
We're 50 minutes in.
I know. Yeah. That's why I was like, this day at work and had to eat, here to read. Somehow justified to myself to have 3 sets of 6 of Crows. Granted, most I got off of Pingo books. That's fair.
Fair.
Let me see.
It doesn't. It really
doesn't. It really doesn't. I don't know. Like, and it's like a newer thing that they
on the live ones, right? Like on like regular videos, you can.
They don't, but you can write a novel that you can, but it's like not enough. No, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah. KU is a huge help when it comes to helping out find books for readathons. That's also true because I use Kindle Unlimited every time we've done Smut Den. I've used KU.
Right, and when it's like a prompt, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna find a book that fits the prompt, but I don't necessarily want to do this prompt. But I usually find a book that's really good. So, yeah. And I like graphic novels on KU.
All right. We're going to do a sprint now. Sorry, Ari came back in here again.
Oh, no.
Driving me nuts. Ooh, that's easy. All right, we'll do this. Because then at least if I click on this, it'll just cut the cat off. But then you can also see like when the 15-minute timer is counting down. I'm trying to be more professional like Brittany. Comicology was included with Kindle Unlimited.
I mean, some of the books are, but not. Yeah.
I mean, they do have some
because there's like the Comicology like subscription that you can buy that's separate, and it would be nice if those were just
part of it. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna do a 45-minute sprint. Is that good for everyone?
Yes.
I don't know where I put my AirPods, which that's just great. Anyway, found them. Okay, so we were gonna do a 45-minute sprint, and then we'll come back. We'll talk. Y'all know how sprints work at this point year on this channel with me. Thank you, Pat. Also, Pat will put it in the chat, I'm sure. But make sure that you hydrate, eat some food, do what you got to do. That's what we're here for. Okay. Be responsible. I'll keep working on my final revisions. So comments it is for me. That is perfectly fine. I know that you were yes or no, so I just tagged you in the thing just in case because I don't want to be leaving people out. You know what I mean? Yes, hydrate. All right, so we will see everyone in 45 minutes.
Neva, did you start your timer for your 24 hours?
Thank you, because I did not. I was like, I got the timer.
Also, I was like, wait, There's a timer right there. I better.
I would be so depressed if I read for a whole 45 minutes with no time.
Right?
I
Right?
would cry. Okay, goodbye. Hello.
Hello.
How do we do?
I read 40 pages of the writing retreat, and it's intense.
Like good intense, bad intense.
Mostly good.
Mm.
I'm struggling to get a more of a read on Alex. I don't know. And then it still feels very silly. The whole fight just seems silly so far.
It's written like very YA. It's very weird to me. Like
the fight part.
Yeah, it's just yeah. Okay, well I made it to 28%, but I'm not sure where I started, if I'm gonna be honest. Because like if I go by the 28%, and then I look on this, it says 34 pages, but I know I didn't read 34 pages. Maybe I did. I don't know. I read the rest of the one novella that I was on, and then I have 7 minutes left of the novella that I'm currently reading, and it's like I don't know. I'm like to the point where I can read most smut without making any faces or whatever. Like you can't really tell that I'm reading smut, but like this smut, like this book, this scene that she wrote for this, it takes place 2 years after their relationship is established. So a year after they get married. Okay, because she marries one of the guys, and then there's a gay awakening. So two of the other men that are in this relationship, one of them has a gay awakening with the other one. So they end up getting legally married. You see what I'm saying? Okay. But the whole time that you read Pucking Around, you're aware of the fact that like Rachel, we'll just say that she's straight because I'm not really sure. Like there's no other woman involved, so sure. But you know that the one guy is straight. Like you know that the whole time. But then this book makes it seem like maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. It's fine. Like I'm down for it. Like I don't care either way. It was just like surprising, when he's like kissing other men. And I'm like, you've been straight this whole time. I mean, that's fine. Like maybe he had a gay awakening too. I don't know. But like it's fine. They're like novellas, so it's like, or scenes, so it's like just like disjointed, you know what I mean? They don't follow like a linear thing. Like they like time-wise, like timeline-wise they follow, but there's no like connection between the scenes.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's like fun to be able to see them. Like, I would rather more books did this instead of doing like the epilogue that jumps 6 years into the future. You know what I mean?
I do.
Like, just give me. I mean, Pucking Around does have an epilogue that I think is a year after. Like, they're already married in the epilogue. Which that's fine. I don't mind that. Like, if you give me like an epilogue where it's like 1 year later. But I hate when it's like 10 years into the future and they have like 12 kids and a penthouse. I'm like, I don't care about like there's so like what happened in between. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Way too much stuff happened in between these.
Why did you jump that far? Like if you jump a year or even 2 years in an epilogue, fine, because like there's probably just like mundane crap that happened.
Right.
Throughout that. Like little things that you don't necessarily need to see, but like if you're gonna give me something where we're looking 6 years into the future, just give me something like this, and then I can choose if I'm gonna read it or not.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. Hello, how are you? Thank you, Jigra. Everyone's saying hello. Hello, Joni. Saga Live on Discord. Can't wait to read some more. Thank you. What are you reading? Let us know. We love to know. Also, Ari came in here 6 times during that stream. I don't. He was like, I can't open these gifts. And I was like, if you do not go to bed, I'm going to open them. Good night. She hasn't come back since I said that, but 83% of tools of engagement. Wonderful. 33 pages, and it's almost 3 a.m., so heading off to sleep. Good night, Zoe.
Mm-hmm.
Started listening to A Merry Little Meet Cute. I give this book 3 stars. I read it last year during Rom-Comathon because that was the book that they picked for like the group read. Because like if no one's ever done Rom-Comathon before, basically how that works is we're supposed to read, I think it's like a week long book, like readathon or whatever, but you basically just read as many like contemporary romance as you can. Okay, but they always pick a group read book that will hit every prompt. So if you just don't want, like, if you're like, when I did Rom-Comathon the first time, like, I was not even like a romance girly. Like, I was not trying to read romantic comedy. I was not trying to read contemporary romance. I was not trying to read that. So but I did read like the group read, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And then that was when I started only listening to contemporary romance as audiobooks. And then I realized how many rom-coms they have on audio on Audible in the Audible Plus catalog. We're not going to talk about it, how many I listened to that week. But then that's when I started like delving more into romantic comedies. But A Merry Little Meet Cute was the one that they picked as their group read for the Christmas one. And I did read it, and I don't know. It wasn't, I don't know. It felt like it's 2 authors, and one of them, Simone St. James maybe, but one of them writes like adult romance, and one of them writes YA romance, and they like collaborated, and I don't know, it just wasn't my favorite thing that I read.
Isn't that Tessa Bailey?
Was it Tessa Bailey? I don't know. Hold on.
Or did I just make that up in my head?
I don't know. Hold on, I'm gonna look. A Merry Little Meet Cute. Because I was actually going to order it, and then I got it from the library, and then I decided not to order it. So. It is Julie Murphy and Sierra Simone. And I know
Murphy, that's the one I was thinking.
I know Sierra Simone writes like adult, like smutty, like adult romance.
Oh.
Because I think, if I remember correctly, like the premise of this book is it's like a chick who's a porn star. I'm sorry, an adult film star.
Oh.
She's like an adult film star. Apparently this is part of a series. Okay. It's a steamy plus-size holiday rom-com about an adult film star who is semi-accidentally cast as the star of a family-friendly Christmas movie and the bad boy former boy band member she falls in love with. So, like, I had high hopes for this book. It fell flat for me.
Sounds interesting.
Right. I watched YouTube and crocheted 2.5 granny squares. Also, I won yarn chicken on the only scene I had of a color. Yarn chicken?
Oh, like, so you're like going until like you're trying to not run out of yarn.
Oh, okay. I was like, yarn chicken
to make what she was making.
I'm trying to see if I can make this like smaller. Whoa, that did not do what I wanted to at all. Okay, I'm just gonna have to mess with this, I think, later. Okay, that's good enough. I was so confused, Tina. I was like, yarn chicken? What are we talking about?
I mean, that's what I would assume it is. Like, you're like
that. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. 22 to 35%. Wonderful. Hello, Bree. Editing tomorrow's video because that is who I've become as a person. I mean, fair. My Florida vlog is still not up. So, do you guys even want to see it at this point? I'm just wondering. I will put it up if you still want to see it. I just feel like 2 weeks have gone by and it's still not up. But I feel like it should go up because like I did take the time to make it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
32 pages.
Still put it up.
Does it flash forward through time a lot? Does what flash forward through time a lot? Pucking Around. So Pucking Around is the 750 spicy romance book that I just read. It's hockey romance, polyamorous, LGBTQIA plus, blah, 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 rock stars. Let me think what else. Oh, I guess I could just pull up my little graphic that I made for my Instagram story. I really worked hard on this and I'm like so proud of it that I can't wait. Honestly, this might be the first Pucking Around, even though technically I have other books that I read because I already read 6 books this month. I have other books I read before it, but I'm like so proud of this little graphic that I made. It might go up. So Gay Awakening, polyamorous, BDSM light. So I will say this, there's more BDSM stuff in this Pucking Ever After, which is like, it's like 6 individual scenes after the timeline of Pucking Around. But there are like people got like one of the guys got tied up to the dresser. Like there is like, so there's like stuff like that. So like if that's not your vibe, like there's also like 2, 3, and 4 people scenes, if you understand. So if that's not your vibe, maybe skip this one. I'm being honest. Like I personally don't mind it. There was only one sexual thing that really was, it kind of grosses me out, like sensory wise. Like it's, I can't do it, but I don't judge anyone that can or does. Otherwise, but like if
I wasn't thinking I was gonna read it when you said 752 pages. So
yeah, but definitely like like here's the thing: when you open up even like Kindle version, you have to flip through all of the content warnings. I'm telling you just to read them, because if there's anything in those content warnings that you're not super comfy with, I'm just gonna, I mean, it's a good book, but I'm just gonna tell you, just skippity skip. You know what I'm saying?
how many of those 750 pages are just content warnings?
I don't know, maybe like the first, well, I don't know, maybe like the first like 2 pages.
Oh,
because
that still seems like a lot, but
the stuff that she breaks down a bunch of things, because one of our main characters is the team goalie.
okay.
This is a polyamorous romance between Rachel, who is the team's medical doctor. She specializes in like hips and knees. Anyway. And then we have Caleb, who's the team's equipment manager. We have Jake, who is Caleb's childhood best friend and one of the defense players on the hockey team. And then we have Ilmari, or Mars, who is the goalie of the team. Okay. So we start out, if you read the novella, or even if you don't, she does give you like a recap in the beginning of what the novella is, which is called That One Night, because the way that Rachel and Jake meet is in that, because they meet first.
Okay.
And then they run into each other. It's like second chance for them, right? And then Caleb gets added, and then later on, Ilmari gets added.
Okay.
Just like a foursome, you know what I mean? But she also, but because Ilmari is Finnish, he uses a lot of Finnish sentences. Like he speaks a lot of Finnish throughout the book. So in the beginning, she also breaks down like all of the things that he says in Finnish, so you have a quick reference. Like if you don't remember, like honestly, I didn't really care what he was saying that much. Like I assumed that it was something, I mean, I read them like before I read the book, but it's mostly just like, I love you and like, will you marry me? It's like mostly like things like that. Like you can usually kind of piece together what he's trying to say with the context of what's happening. But she also breaks down, like Rachel really likes zodiac signs, so she breaks down like everybody's, like the 4 main characters, what their zodiac signs are and what the traits of those zodiac signs are. And then she gives you like the content warnings and trigger warnings, which I don't remember there being very many trigger warnings, but there definitely were content warnings. But most of the content warnings is like 2, 3, and 4 person sex, a gay awakening, there's like male sex. Like she even breaks down, like she doesn't even say 2, 3, 4-way sex. She literally breaks them down into pairs. So it says like male, female, like MF, and then it says MMF, MM, MMMF. Like she really like breaks it down for you. You know what I mean? So if you need a breakdown, like I read through the content warnings because I do have triggers. So I was making sure that there were no triggers in there that might be like not for me, you know.
Right.
Need authors to do this. That's but yeah, hockey, second chance, found family. But there's, I mean, the BDSM in it is pretty light, in my opinion. But we all know that I'm a kinky person, so my definition of BDSM light could be different than Amy's. It probably is different than Amy's, actually.
Probably a little bit different, yeah.
But
probably
around itself does not flash forward through time. Most of the book is linear, and then that last epilogue I believe is like 1 year in the future, so it doesn't skip a lot of time. Pucking Ever After, it gives you just different scenes. The first scene that it gives you is during the Pucking Around timeline. There's like a whole ice cream debate thing that goes on because Jake thinks he has a superpower where he can guess people's favorite ice cream flavor. So when Omari gets added to this relationship, they go to the store to get ice cream, and obviously he already knows like Caleb and Rachel's favorite ice cream, so he's trying to figure out Omari's favorite ice cream. So that's what that scene is, because we don't actually see that scene at the grocery store play out.
I kind of love that. I would read that scene.
And it takes place, yeah, I mean, there's no sex in that scene, but it takes place in Florida. So, like, I lived in Florida for 8 years. So, like, when they talk about, like, Publix and, like, the beach, like, all this stuff, like, it's so great. I didn't read, but working on fan fiction. If I finish this chapter, it'll be my second update today. Wonderful. Nice. Finished The Hunger Games, 5 stars. I agree. Honestly, I think I need to reread them. I think I'm going to, because A Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes comes out in November. I am so excited. Oh anyway, I know not a lot of people like that book. I gave it 5 stars. Like,
I go back and forth on if I want to read it. Like, I
loved it. I loved it. I advocate for people to at least try it. Like,
I have to try it at least then.
I think Brittany only gave it 3 stars. Even after I was like, you have to read it. And then she got it out of like a free little free library, however the hell it said. You know what I'm talking about.
Right. Yeah.
She got it for free. Okay. And then she read it, and I think she gave it 3 stars, but I gave it 5 stars, and I read it right after it came out. I read it in like 24 hours. Like, that's how. But
it's a long book.
I think I'm gonna do a reading vlog. Like, I think I'm gonna vlog myself rereading the entire Hunger Games. What is it now? A quartet?
Yeah.
That was fun. Yeah. I think I'm gonna vlog it, because I think it would be a fun vlog, even if everyone else doesn't watch it. It'll be fun for me, you know. Volume 1 makes me think comic. Yeah. So the reason that she's doing it as volume 1 is because there is a second book coming out called Pucking Wild. Let me just tell. Also, I just need to say that I'm pretty sure one of my coworkers is thoroughly traumatized after reading Pucking Around over my shoulder. So that's his fault, because I told him not to read it over my shoulder, and he was like, "Wow, what is this?" And I was like, "Hey, that's fine. I mean, he's over 18, so he can read whatever he wants." But anyway, so Pucking Wild follows Rachel's best friend and her little love story deal that she has with with one of the hockey players from the team, which we love to see. But Emily Rath put at the end, was it either at the end of Pucking Around or at the beginning of Pucking Ever After? I don't remember which one, but she put somewhere that the reason that Pucking Ever After says volume 1 is because with every book in the series, she plans on doing a Pucking Ever After. So we're going to get at least 2 volumes, and I'm here for it, to be honest. I would rather authors do it this way than like a ridiculous epilogue. Getting back to Zadie Smith's Feel Free. Earlier this week, I listened to 9% of audio and stopped because I needed to get the physical copy to annotate. I have the physical copy now. Wonderful. Kind of felt that way with the ending of Hook, Line, and Sinker. We all of a sudden had like 5 to 7 years. Yeah, I don't love that. Because, like, what happened in between? Like, did y'all go to therapy? Like, you know, were there like major life events that happened in those 5 to 7 years? Like, I just feel like there are things that
I mean, if they have suddenly 12 kids, those are major life events.
Is it time to get ready for school? That's what she said. She said, Mom, is it time to get ready for school?
Ma'am.
No, clearly not. And you haven't been to sleep yet. I can tell by looking at your clear eyes. But yeah, if you skip so much, like 5 to 7 years, that's a long time. There's a lot of things that happen. You know? I feel like the only book I can think of where it didn't like super bother me that they skipped super far into the future was the last Harry Potter book.
Right.
And because like we're aware of the things that probably transpired in that 20 years, 19 years,
right,
or whatever. Like we know that there was a war. Like we know those things. We didn't need to break it down. But like in contemporary romance, I'm like, okay, so you know that third act breakup that y'all had? Did you go to therapy for that?
Yeah, like how did you survive that?
Did you work through it? Or you remember that scene where homeboy cheated on you? Like, how did y'all get through that one? You know, it's just weird to me.
Yeah.
I DNF'd Merry Little Meet Cute and I was a co-host. Yeah, a lot of people DNF'd it. I did finish it, but I think I only gave it like 2 or 3 stars. Like I didn't I did not love Merry Little Meet Cute. I wanted to, but I did not.
I feel like I have the audio of that on Libro FM. Maybe I don't.
Got showered and listened. Still liking it, but so badly want to know more about the magical potential curses, etc. Feel you.
Oh, no. The one that I'm thinking of is Highly Suspicious and Unfairly Cute by Talia Hibbard. And that's the one that I'm thinking is Merry Little Meet Cute. But it's
so
not.
I did read that.
Totally different. Like
I gave that. So I gave Highly Suspicious and whatever.
Unfairly Cute.
That one. Yeah. The book with. Listen, 2023 is like the year of books with terrible titles. Anyway, I did give that. I got that as a NetGalley arc, and I actually read it when I was supposed to. Wonders Never Cease.
Nice.
And I gave it 4 stars. I thought it was cute, like for what it is, because it is definitely YA. Like, and she says like it's her debut. That's what Tina meant by yarn chicken. So that's you knew. Just started reading Jade City.
I got you, Tina. I got you.
Diary of Blood. It was very good. I need to read Jade City. It's literally sitting, like I can see it sitting on my. The thing is, I think I haven't started Jade City because in my brain I'm like, well, you need the other 2 books. But then I'm like, but am I going to read the entire series at once? No, I'm not. I'm going to read Jade City and then I'm going to go like 6 months before I read the second one. So I'm like, why do I need all 3 books on the shelf before I start it? But that's just like with the Grishaverse books. Haven't even cracked one of them open, but I got Mr. Reed when he would buy me the entire series. Because he's like, well, which is the first book? And I was like, this one. And then he was like, okay. I was like, but also these other 6 are part of this too. And he was like, just get them all. So that's fine. Happy belated birthday to your son, Chris. That's so wonderful. Yeah, well, because she breaks down a lot of other things too, just like on those 2 pages. Like I said, like zodiac signs and all of that. But yeah. We have a lovely book to birthday. Good night, Danny. when my ex tried to read my fanfiction and picked a smutty one shot. Right. Like, and he was like, what are you reading? And I was like, a hockey romance. I was like, but I wouldn't suggest that you read this over my shoulder. And then he read it. And the first thing that he read was the first scene where they all four were getting down. And he was like, men are hooking up with men? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, Miss G, how can you read this? And I was like, with a straight face, it's fine. Like, because I was literally just like sitting there and I was like this, like just reading it, just like taking it in, you know? And he was like, how can you read this with a straight face? He was like, I expect this to be like a nice romance. I said, it is a nice romance.
Yeah, I would not be able to read. I can't read like sex scenes with a straight face. I can't.
So Hooked, I can't listen to that one. I tried to listen to a little bit of it at work and I started laughing. Like, because Hooked is also super violent. So it made me so uncomfortable that I started laughing. So I was like, I can't listen to this. But I can listen to Ice Planet Barbarians at work and nobody even knows that I'm listening to it. Yeah. Reading Insurance on Hunger Games was published. It was so good I called out of work. Told my manager I had to finish reading my book and that I would be in the next day. I mean, that's fair.
I mean, that's honest.
Just not because I was part of the Puck series. No, it's its own thing. It is part of the Jacksonville Rays hockey series. That's what it's part of. So I'm pretty sure the Jacksonville Rays are not even a real hockey team.
No.
But in this book, they are they're a new hockey team. Is basically how it's like pictured.
Mm-hmm.
I like the third act conflict resolution in Mindfuck, but it was unhinged. I mean, I'm not surprised, to be honest. Just because like I know now what that series is about, so like I'm not surprised that it would be unhinged. It's like serial killer revenge, you know. JC and JW back to back, and I still haven't finished. Yeah. He is welcome. I feel like people know what I'm reading. I mean, here's the thing. My Kindle always has like the cover on it. I prefer like covers like this that are more like discreet. But I've definitely had my Kindle like sitting in the office, like on the desk in the office, like anybody can see it, with like a sexy man cover on it. And they'll be like, what are you reading? And I'm like, don't worry about what I'm reading. Thank you. I can read what I want. I had to download around, just read the content warnings. Also, there's multiple things that I've never read that I want to read, but no audiobook. Yeah, there is no audiobook.
Read the content warnings.
Yeah, she downloaded to read the content warnings. There's a lot of content warnings. I was kind of surprised by the number of content warnings because I was like, I mean, that's fine. Like, I would prefer the authors put the content warnings. I don't love authors that are like, content warnings are a spoiler. Because, like, what if people...
If your spoiler could trigger a whole bunch of people, maybe it shouldn't be your spoiler.
Right. And I think that's my thing, is if you think that a content warning is a spoiler for your book, then maybe include it anyway. Because that means that it could trigger people. It's a weird... You know? I don't know.
Right.
Maybe that's just me. But I just feel like... Okay, this is not doing what I wanted it to do. I was going to read the content warnings for y'all. Okay, here we go. I'll just read them off my phone because I don't need them to like... I always forget when I open this on my phone that like my phone is in color. So you get like in this book, you get like hot pink, like chapter titles. Anyway.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so tropes, tags, and content warnings. So tropes are hockey, romance, why choose, friends to lovers, insta love. Tags, male, female, male, 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 female, male, female, male, 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 female, male. hockey romance, romantic comedy, insta-love, friends to lovers, queer awakening, too much sex, don't poke the bear, golden retriever. I would also say marshmallow. He's more of a marshmallow to me. Anyway, everyone has tattoos. Baby girl, bend over, daddy. Finish 101. Content warnings. This book contains some themes that may be distressing to readers, including one family's history of receiving harassment, vicious bullying linked to homophobia, and a brief discussion of a family member's attempt to unalive. More than one main character has a history of substance abuse. One went to rehab for treatment, discussed, not shown. A main character also has a history with disordered eating, briefly discussed as part of their past. This book contains detailed 2, 3, and 4-person sex scenes that include elements of impact play, choking, voyeurism, bondage, double penetration, double vaginal penetration, toy use, degradation, dom sub, spit play, snowballing, and breeding kink. Amy's like, I'm not reading this book ever. And since it's listed in here,
no judgment on people that do. Just not gonna read it for me.
Yeah, since it's listed in here, I guess I blacked out what the content warnings were because none of them were things that I was like inherently like I'm not going to read this book. But the spit play / snowballing thing, if you don't know what snowballing is, I'm going to need you just to look that up on your own. I'm not going to explain what it is here. But those two things kind of grossed me out a little bit. I'm not upset that it was like in the book and it didn't make it so that I was like, not reading this. But it's very detailed when it happens, and I was just like it made me uncomfortable. I skipped like 4 sentences to get past it, but that's fine. Way back in the day, I borrowed a CD audiobook on one of the Anita Blake series, and it was so erotica, and I was so ashamed that I kept checking myself to make sure it wasn't butt dialing someone who would then hear my vampire werewolf erotica. What is Don't Poke the Bear? So there are comments that are made all the time because Mars, so the goalie, he's a big dude. Like they nicknamed him the Bear. Okay, that so when they say don't poke the bear, it's because he doesn't show a lot of emotion unless he's angry. You feel me? Okay, so that's what she means. Mm-hmm. I was at a huge band concert with my high school daughter the other day and had to be there super early to get seats. I had my Kindle out with the birthday girl cover on it. I was like, OMG, someone's going to see it. And no, I'm reading sex scenes. At this point, here's the thing. So at this point, because of the way my Kindle is decorated, right? Because like on the back, well, okay, so my pop socket, we're not going to talk about this pop socket. This is like from the Gay Pride collection from last year. Because I had one that said like, be quiet, I'm reading, or something like that. But the pop sockets now have the removable top so you can swap them. And I believe that my top came off in an Uber that I was in. It's fine. So I ordered a new one. But for now, we just have the Be Kind. But like on the back, like it says my favorite book boyfriends are villains. And then I have this one that is fantasy romance. So it says morally gray, age gap, fantasy, enemies to lovers, dark romance. And then I have the book stack that is dark romance. So it says smut, reverse harem, touch her and die, age gap, fated mates, enemies to lovers, praise kink, trigger warnings, morally gray, dark romance. So I mean, at this point, everyone knows what I'm reading. You know?
Yeah.
Plus, I wanted to get a pop sock that said book slut, but Mr. Reading When Eva told me I wasn't allowed. So instead, I got one that said it's probably smut. Because you have to like really read it because it's like across this part of the pop socket, it's like a girl reading a book, and then across this in cursive it says it's probably smut. And he was like, that's so he's like, I said, can I get this one instead? And he was like, yeah, it's more subtle. But I got him one that said trying to find my Ryzen in a world full of Tamlins, because he's like, he loved ACOTAR. And I was like, are you going to use this if I buy it? Because it cost me like $16. And he's like, I'm going to put it right on my phone. Nice. So if he puts it on his phone, I'm taking a picture and putting it on my
So have you ever gone to the website Probably Smut?
Yes. I'm obsessed with that website, to be honest.
Okay.
Have I bought anything from there? No. Do I need to?
There was a time when they were like sending out free sticker bundles.
Yeah, they were.
I got those.
I got them. Yeah, but it said probably smut on it because he was like, you can't walk around with because it was like a book stack, and then under the book stack it said book slut, and he was like, you can't walk around with a pop socket like that. So I was like, well, can I get this one? And it said it's probably smut. And he's like, yeah, they'd have to actually read that to see.
Yeah, they'd have to look closely at it.
Yeah, she definitely did do her due diligence. I just wish more, especially like dark romance or like polyamory romance writers, I wish they included those things, because not everyone wants to read same-sex relationships. Like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't read them, but especially if they're more graphic, like if the sex is on page, not everyone wants to read that. Like, not everyone wants to read graphic sex scenes. Like Amy doesn't want to read graphic sex scenes. She doesn't care if you're having sex. She just doesn't want to hear about it. You know what I mean? That's all. I know. I was actually upset it didn't have an audiobook too, because I feel like the audiobook would be epic. So I hope that she does do one, but I do know that for indie authors, it's super expensive to do because they have to like hire people, and then
like it's an independent contract. It's a lot.
Yeah, ML's with you, Amy. She will not be reading this book.
Okay.
Yeah, I bought.
It's for someone else, but not for me.
Yeah, I bought mine without the ads because all I saw was like Fabio. I don't care about Fabio. I'm not gonna read Fabio books. I'm just not. That like the whole novel right there, and don't need to read. Right. So it's fine. And honestly, if you're ever like, Neva, this book sounds really great, but also I don't want to read it, you can just ask me. I'll just tell you everything about it. Mr. Reading when Neva knows the entire premise and plot of this book, and he's like, I will not be reading this. And I was like, great, because now I can just tell you everything about it. I read The Kiss Quotient at work and felt fine. Exactly. And The Kiss Quotient was pretty spicy. Delilah Green was pretty spicy, and I listened to that at work.
I mean, I liked the Kiss Quotient. Like, I can handle it.
Harris Googled snowballing, and so did ML.
Yeah, so did Amy.
I love y'all so much. Okay, this is the best book anniversary ever.
I went into an incognito tab on my phone.
I bet you did. Joni, let me try to see if you're on Instagram. Add me on Instagram, because I know a couple of shops that do stickers that say probably reading smut, but that also have like a floral theme to them, so they look like really innocent like they're really like cutesy stickers. You know what I mean? I got you. E. Harris said no kink shame but gross. Yeah, it's kind of gross. Like, it's again, I'm not going to shame people, because like there's probably things that I do that people would be like, why are you doing that? Snowballing's not a thing that I'm down for. Like, no, it's not gonna happen. I'm sorry. But also, to everyone that looked that up and didn't know what it was, I'm a little sorry. I'm sorry for Amy, mostly, and for ML, because neither one of you really reads like super spicy books. So I feel like I just opened a whole new world for y'all that you did not want to enter. You know what I mean? Not even like a whole new world of like, oh wow, this is intriguing, but like a whole new world.
Yeah, like, no, I'm not Little Mermaid singing over here.
Okay, pass.
No, not Little.
Tina said in the next sprint, probably gonna go search the book for snowballing scene and read it. I mean, it's in there. I don't remember.
It's on your Kindle. Just look up snowball.
Yeah, you should be able to just search for the term, to be honest. But I believe it's in a Rachel chapter.
Or you.
Or a Caleb chapter. I can try to find it for you, Tina, if you really want to read it. I can try to find it. Because I think it was less than 50% through. But the three of them were already moved in together. If you need me to find it for you, let me know. We're finally getting audiobooks for Mindfuck, and I'm so happy. Yay. Wow, that's awesome. Joni's about to Google it. It's great. Kiana will not be Googling it. That's fair, Kiana.
Would advise that.
Yeah, definitely do not Google this. Do not Google it. I know what it is. Do not Google that. I wish I hadn't Googled it, to be honest. We're moving on. Okay. Yes, add me. It's my Instagram is the same as my YouTube channel, Reading Waniva. Right. That's fair. E Harris just said no incognito for me. To be honest, E Harris. At this point, like I told Mr. Reed when I said, if anything ever happens to me, I need you. I said all of my passwords and stuff like are in a. When I first started listening to Crime Junkie podcast, like before their plagiarism scandal, they have a whole thing on their website that you can download for free, and it's called an "If I Go Missing" folder. So it's all like password, like your name, your passwords, like all the important stuff that people might need if something happened to you. So I have one. Okay, I have one. I've had one for like 6 years. Anyway, that's besides the point. So in there are all my passwords and stuff to all my social medias and everything like that. So I was like, if something ever happens to me, I need you to go on my computer and just wipe that history, baby. I don't care what you do with the computer, just wipe it all. Because at this point, like I don't use incognito mode for anything. So all of the podcast research I've had to do, like on murders and stuff, people gonna think I gone girled myself, to be honest. Like it's fine. About the spice, I'm exhausted. Long work days on my head out. Okay, bye, Courtney. Yes, Discord message me. I will get it there. I don't read any sex scenes basically unless it pops up in fantasy or thrillers, and I usually don't like them there as much. Some I don't mind, but yeah, more PG in my reading than Amy even, I think. Yeah. I mean, I feel bad only for you two that you decided to go. I should have known ML was gonna Google that. ML loves chaos. I should have known.
I mean, I have a middle school mind, so you tell me, like, you know, because I'm around middle schoolers all the time. So, right. Like, every once in a while,
don't Google that, Amy. And then Amy's like,
you tell me not to Google something. Hell, if you can stop me Googling it.
Fine. Yeah, just search it up. When on the internet without supervision in the early 2000s, I feel like not a lot phases me. Yeah. And I mean, it wasn't like a, oh my God, I'm DNFing this book. It was just like a, oh, that's, no, thank you type thing. Looked up snowballing, no shade, but why? I don't know. Apparently it makes some people hot. Not me. Don't ever ask me to do that because I'm not, no. No. Good night. I think someone shared your live on Discord and it's not your profile. What group did they send it in? Because in Discord, let me just tell you who I am on Discord because I know that I've had my Discord longer than I've had my channel. So, let me see here.
Oh, she found you.
Oh, great. Okay. Found out horrible things in the Urban Dictionary. That's true. Oh, it's not the IG in your description. Got you. Okay. Just got rickrolled by a 7-year-old. I get rickrolled by a 16-year-old all the time. That you guys can Google. Okay, it's not that bad. It's not bad.
I know what a rickroll is. I teach middle schoolers.
Because he comes in here and he'll be like, "Hey, look at this." So I rickrolled them one day, him and Mr. Reed Waniva one day with, it was like a Wheel of Fortune one, like a meme, and I sent it to both of them, and they were like, "You ain't shit," and I was like, "I know." You're welcome.
I had a student that was like, "This is my favorite song in the entire world," and then she put like a link. So I click on the link, and I'm like, okay, but did she rickroll me, or is this actually her favorite song? I don't know.
Right. Ma'am, did you Google this?
And no, it's not really her favorite song. She was rickrolling me. I was
or
like,
do you just know?
You could have done that better.
Or right. Or do you just know what this is? I pray you did not Google
that.
Because I'm really telling y'all, do not Google.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not.
I know you do, ML. I know you do. Harris. Yeah. Keep reading down. Okay. Awesome. I think I found it. Yeah, that sounds
Oh
about
no,
right.
she Googled it. She Googled it.
Ma'am. Jody. Why? She said, I'm telling you, bruh, don't do it. Honestly, if y'all Google snowballing and that makes you uncomfortable, I really inquire that you do not.
Okay, but now what am I supposed to do when my former students tell me they're going to the snowball? This is all I'm going to think of.
Just laugh and walk away. Are you though? And then just walk away. Rest in peace, Jody. Yeah. I also don't know what that is. I just don't believe. You don't believe what? Alabama Hot Pocket? I'm not going to tell you what that is on this channel. I'm sorry. Absolutely not. I mean, that's how Amy got to Googling snowballing, because we were like, this is for you, Amy.
Just brush your teeth.
Oh, Tina said that she knows what it is, but that it can't be real. I mean, I would hope it's not. I would hope it's not. Okay, I would hope no one is actually partaking in it, but I also feel like if you can Google it, people might be doing it.
Somebody's got to have done it.
You know, someone did it. It's kind of like those warnings on the sides of boxes or like on plastic wrap. It's like, please do not put this over your head. That means someone did that.
Somebody did that. Yeah. They don't troubleshoot what stupid things people could do beforehand.
Just like give them a Tic Tac. Just like hand them a piece of gum. Have fun. Yeah. Okay. What is this? As soon as you said don't Google, I Googled it. As an RN, I will say no one should Alabama Hot Pocket without very good health insurance. That's true, girl. That's true. I mean, you need to make sure that your health insurance is on point. You know what I mean? If you don't do that, I
feel like I need a drink at this point.
I feel like, you know what? I'm just gonna hit some nicotine. You know what I mean? I feel like I need that like after sex cigarette. I ain't even had no sex. That's all I'm saying. The chaos. Really, I am really not Googling that one. I would suggest that you don't. And if we come back from this sprint and Amy says that she Googled it, I'm gonna be like, Amy,
I'm not.
Give yourself nightmares, ma'am.
I'm not gonna tell you that I Googled it.
I hope not.
I'm not gonna Google it, okay? I'm not.
Kiana said y'all are gonna make me Google it. Kiana,
I don't need to not be able to hear the words Hot Pocket ever again.
Kiana, here's the thing. If you don't want to Google snowballing, I would really suggest not Googling Alabama Hot Pocket. Just because it's worse. Okay, so I need you to not do that. I just in good conscience, I can't say for you to do that. You know what I mean? That's just, oh my god, this book is gonna drive me nuts. I'm trying to send it back to where it belongs and it won't let me. Thank you. Return to Kindle Unlimited. It's like, yeah, it's terrible. I'm gonna Google it. I'm just not gonna tell you I did. Here's the problem. I don't think Amy would be able to Google it and then not say she did, because I didn't think she was gonna Google snowballing, and then her face went like this. And I was like,
I won't be able to.
And then she's like, I Googled it in incognito mode. Incognito mode, you know?
I practice safe searching.
And now Jigra.
It says though right on my incognito mode. Practice safe searching.
looking up this stuff we talk about in sprints, you need safe searching. This is not beer. For anyone who's new here, this is just water. Okay, you're welcome. After that chaotic conversation,
mine is going to be beer.
But wow.
Probably not. It'll be a Smirnoff. But
that's close enough. It's a beer beverage.
It is. It is.
Because isn't that still made with like they're wine coolers, right?
Yeah.
I don't really know what beer is made out of. It's made out of hops, right?
Hops and yeast and barley.
Basically, everything bread's made out of.
Uh-huh.
Just in a liquid. You're welcome.
Yep.
Okay.
That's why it's good for you. That's what my brother-in-law says.
I mean, that's good philosophy, in my opinion.
Yeah.
A malt beverage. That's what I was trying to come up with. Thank you, Emil.
Malt beverage, yes.
Hops, malt, barley, depending on the thing.
My dad, cousin, and brother-in-law have been making beer. And I'm not going to tell you their last names, but they mush their last names together to make it Kobo Stew is the name of their beer. I don't know what you're looking at.
What?
I don't think you did it right. But maybe, because I don't know what it means and I'm not going to Google it.
Oh my god. Well, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about the recipe. I'm not gonna look that up. Like, I was almost gonna Google Alabama Hot Pocket recipe, but like, I'm scared. Can you imagine Martha Stewart? I'm like, Martha Stewart living? Is that even a thing anymore? But like, if she still had her show, I mean, like,
she's got Martha Cooks on the Roku channel now.
That's true. What if she was on Martha Cooks talking about, today we're gonna make Alabama Hot Pockets? Absolutely not. ML said, one sticker said, the insurance, it is a no for me.
I do not have great insurance.
East Harris said that they found it and it's disgusting. It is disgusting. That it is, yes. Amy, beer making it challenging. Is it tasting good? Have you tasted it?
It tastes decent. They've made they've done several batches. My dad retired last April, so not like last month, but the year before. So he's been retired for a year, and they made like retirement beer with his picture on. They made labels with his picture on it. And it tastes decent. I'm not a huge beer drinker, to be completely honest, but I think it tastes decent. So
you know what, Chris? It's fine. Could I have expected to have 1 year booktube anniversary spreads without some chaos? Absolutely not. Yes, Martha Stewart does post thirst traps. I think this is in relation to the Alabama Hot Pocket thing and not to Martha Stewart posting thirst traps, because listen, Martha Stewart, like, I'm not gonna bang her, but like, thirst traps don't look bad. You know what I mean? It's fine. Have fun with that. Okay. Let's do another sprint. No one else Google weird things, okay? Just read or grade or something.
I feel like you're only talking to me and ML.
Read or do some laundry. Take a shower. Do something. ML said she would try it. I love beer and try not to drink it as much as I want to.
Yeah, it's like I think they do a really decent job of like doing what they're supposed to be doing, but like the last bottles have some sediment at the bottom that they do. But like they follow the directions to a T, and my mom helps them. So with all the sanitizing and stuff, so it's done right.
No. Listen, I know that usually I'm like, the bad influence friend. I'm the one that's like, here, read this super spicy dark romance book, even if you don't like dark romance. Okay, but in this regard, I'm trying to save your sanity, really. ML, if you need to Google something weird, go look up more like weird Harry Potter cults. Okay, I feel like that's safer than the rest. I just feel like they're like best friends.
I love that they're like that.
But here's the question that I have. If they did, how does Snoop Dogg's wife feel about this? Like, is she down with it? Like, is she cool? Or, I just,
If she's not, I hope they didn't do it.
That's what I'm saying. There is. I thought the Snape cult was bad enough, but then I just fell down a rabbit hole for like a week, and I just found so many things that I can't, But that's still safer than Alabama Hot Pocket. It's still safer. You know what I mean? Yeah. Intrusive thoughts might win. They might. Not for me. I already know what it is. I'm not trying to look it up again. Snape wives, yes. Snape wives. Yeah, ML brought that chaos to my sprints one night. And I was the only bestie that looked the shit up. So, and that led me to a different YouTube video. They was talking about some other kind of Harry Potter cult that I don't remember because I blanked it from my mind because it was disturbing. And that sent me down like this whole like thing. And I was like, what is happening with Harry Potter fandom? If my hubby banged Martha, I wouldn't know what to think. Me either. I would be like, if that's what does it for you, buddy, how do you react to that? I don't know. They got a weird sexual tension going on with Snoop's wife, and cheating on so many times at this point. She probably doesn't care. She probably don't. Because she's been with Snoop Dogg for so long, you know that he slept with other people. So maybe like Martha Stewart, she's just like, no one does. You know what I mean? Like she's probably just like, it is what it is at this point. It's fine. ML. Snoopy, she does like so many times with Instagram models. I think she would just be happy this one is bringing home money into her house. Probably. Chris! Chris, like, I wouldn't care. I would just be upset that he went first and not me. That's a vibe. That's fair. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I do feel like they had to have done something. I think Chris is everyone's icon, to be honest. All right, friends, let's do a sprint. I don't know what I'm doing because it's already like sitting here staring at me. This cat keeps like blinking. It's freaking me out. But I had to bring back the cat timer just simply because like this was the first time I ever used because I didn't know anything about timers back in the day. Smoking can lead to other things. You know what I mean? You get high enough, your inhibitions out the window. When you're sticking it out for the money, the rules are different. I don't blame her. Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. She probably is like, you know what? I have this luxury lifestyle. It's fine. Because I'm sure Snoop Dogg's wife doesn't work unless she chooses to work. Like, she wouldn't have to work.
Right.
So,
right.
I mean, to be honest, like if I was married to someone famous and they were stepping all the time, I'd be like, okay, cool, but like, who has the luxury, like the mansion and the nice cars? You know what I mean? Like that's me. So like, it's fine. It's cool. It's what it is. All right, let's do another sprint. Is 45 minutes good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No one else look up Alabama hot pocket. Okay, I'm saying this for your safety. The people
The
that
more you say it, the more I'm gonna have a chance of looking it up. So let's not, because I don't want to do that to myself.
exactly smoking can lead to that booger sugar. Exactly. I don't know. The way they interact with each other makes me think that they could have done something, or they want to but haven't acted on it. I'm not really sure which one it is.
What's the age difference there? Not that I'm like, I'm just wondering.
Let me just tell you right now. So Snoop Doggy Dogg, Snoop Lion is 51 years old. And Martha Stewart is a 30-year age gap because she's 81.
Martha Stewart is 81 years old?
That's what I said. I was like, wait, I thought she was like 60.
How do you look that young at 81 years old?
I really thought she was only like 60.
How
That
much
means
surgery
like
does that
no, but
take?
that means my whole life she's been way older than I thought.
I'm also surprised that Snoop is only 51.
Because I'm 31. If she's 81, that's a
50-year age
50-year age gap, which means 20 years ago she was 61. I was watching her on TV 20 years ago with my mom. Goddamn. 81? Ooh! Not, but I didn't think she was that old. But really, how much surgery has she done on her face?
Yeah, like how much surgery did that take?
I mean, I'm 31. I don't look 31, but like my only secret is that like I don't wear makeup, like ever.
I don't either. I do sometimes, but
Martha is a certified grandmother. I'd like to fuck. A great grandmother almost. Damn, 81. Woo! I did not expect that. I typed it in and I was like 65 at the most. That shit popped up 81.
I was thinking 75.
Yeah, Snoop is only 51. But Snoop did a lot of hard drugs.
What?
Snoop Dogg did a lot of hard drugs, so he looks older than he is. Yeah, they're not. Going to start a sprint, finds oneself Googling Martha Stewart and Snoop Dogg age gap. Happy 1 year! The chaos ensues. Dang, she aged well. Yeah, I mean, she either aged, I don't know. She either aged well or she's had a lot of plastic surgery. But if she's had plastic surgery, I feel like it's subtle because I'm looking at pictures of her.
She hasn't really changed much.
It's not drastic. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like it's not like she's had like cheekbone reconstruction. Her face hasn't changed that much.
Mm-mm.
Kiana said, ain't no way, ain't no fucking way. I know. I was like, 81? I just did not see that. I am gobsmacked. I did not see that popping up on my thing. Snoop and I share a birthday. Our half birthday is 420. I mean, that explains a lot about Snoop Dogg. Not necessarily about you, Chris, but about Snoop Dogg. She's gonna mess around and let Snoop break her. That's what I'm saying. Oof, duh. Maybe, but I don't feel like you could have enough plastic surgery to make you look 61 at 81, even with good doctors, and make it that subtle. Because like look at like Cher. You can tell Cher's had work done on her face.
Right.
You can't really tell that Martha Stewart had work done on her face. And we know that Cher can get top of the line doctor. I thought that's what was cute about them because these two older people who are polar opposites in lifestyle. Yeah, no. Snoop Dogg barely over the hill. Martha Stewart over the hill and in the valley. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's what it is. Martha's taking great care of herself, and she
She's gone
definitely.
up the next hill.
Yeah. My thing is I wonder if she just eats really well though, and like works out and stuff. Cause like she had, like Martha Stewart living, like she's always promoted like very healthy
She
lifestyle.
really has, yeah.
So 80-plus-year-old women still be sexting though. She might got that granny. Oh my god, stupid hair. It's not the grand. Oh my god, what is happening? Like, what? Martha Stewart episode was like part of evidence in the Scott Peterson murder trial. Yeah, it was. Because he claimed that Lacey was watching Martha Stewart, like a Martha Stewart show on Food Network or something, the morning that she was murdered. You can refer her to your physiotherapist. I thought Snoop was older. Yeah, I think a lot of people thinks that Snoop is older because he did a lot of drugs when he was younger, so it aged, like drugs age your skin. Don't ask how I came out looking so youthful. Maybe just because like my drugs weren't like anything that I smoked or shot into my arms or anything like that. But yeah, I read the scene. I'm back. Gross, fun, educational. Yes, it was all those things. You know what I mean? Because like I was down with the scene, and then that happened, and I was like, I can't. Nope. I got to 61% of the Thursday Murders Club. Wonderful.
Nice.
She probably did have lifts. She may have had like facial lifts, but she couldn't have had. She didn't have. Her face looks enough the same as her like original face. That sounds so stupid. It couldn't have been like super drastic. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about like Lil Kim level facial reconstruction. You know what I mean?
But I mean, it is true. Like the best plastic surgery is subtle. I don't remember who said that. Somebody said that in the comments. Like the best plastic surgery is subtle.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair, Chris. I mean, I just didn't want me to be like, that explains a lot about you, Chris, having a half birthday on 420. You know, if you don't like partake in that stuff. Had subtle surgery and drinking that high quality water and food. Yeah, and I really think a lot of it was just like she took care of her body. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, compared to Martha Stewart, I did not see that coming. She really do. It's very important to drink your water, friends. Martha could get it. I'll give her Centrum Silver in applesauce. Stupid. Not the Centrum Silver. Okay, we really are going to read now. All right, now that we've looked up the age gap between Snoop Dogg and Martha Stewart,
And not that
we've determined that they probably
hot pocket thing.
right. We've determined that they probably have boned at least once. I'm just gonna put it out there. They probably have. I mean, that's cool. You know, if that's what you like. I don't know. That mental image for me is it's a little off putting, but like that's that's fine. You know.
Yeah.
Fine. All right. So 45 minutes. I'm going to also start my 3-hour timer as well. And I won't forget this time, so Amy won't have to come back and like be like, that was before I started the timer. What'd you be? Then she's like, 24 hours. I also like the idea of Martha Stewart being queer, but I like the idea of everyone being queer. So that's just me. You know what I mean? All right. We will see everyone in 45. Hello.
Wrong button. Hello.
How did we do?
I got to page 104. I was at 60 something, I think. So
40 pages again?
ish.
I got to 50%. I'll tell you how many pages that is. My English was about to be real questionable for a second. 62, it says. I don't know if that's accurate. But maybe, I don't know. I finished like a whole novella. I finished the one, read another one, and then I got like halfway through another one. Yeah. So, I mean, it's going well. You know what I mean? It's going well. I don't know. It's not going to be like 5 stars, I don't think, just because they are like small scenes. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll probably give it like 4 stars. Because I gave the novella 4 stars. Because it wasn't like bad. Novellas or like a collection of short stories always leaves you like wanting more to them. You know what I mean? Like even if they have like a good finish. You know what I mean? So that's just I don't know where we left off with this.
Yeah. I like the whole Ren gaslighting Alex stuff.
Bro,
I'm like,
yeah. See, now that you're reading this, I'm like maybe it's the book. Because I was gonna give it another chance because I was like maybe it's me. You know what I mean? Like I even say that, like if you watch my wrap up, I say it in my wrap up. And I'm like, maybe if I give it another chance, like I'll let y'all know. But I might give it another chance, like later in the year, like spooky season type thing.
I'm not hating it, but
it's very like YA.
It feels so YA. And then Ren being like, you need to stop talking about me. Like, are you lady?
And they're supposed to be like 30-year-old.
It's not my fault that you had feelings for me. Dude.
It's just so weird. I think it's weird to me because they're supposed to be like in their 30s.
Right.
So it's like weird to me because like when you're in your 30s, that's not how you feel about people that had feelings for you. Like maybe you don't have feelings for that person, but you're not like, it's not my fault. Like,
yeah.
Okay, cool. But like you
I
acknowledge
that how I acted made you think that I actually liked you. Like,
right.
Because the way you were acting made it seem like you actually liked her.
I don't know. That book is really weird for me. Like I don't know.
But I'm still super intrigued because I want to know about this Daphne situation. And I want to know what her book is that she comes up with. And yeah, like I'm still super intrigued by it.
Right. But that was my thing, is I kept going because I was like, it's got to get better.
But I know it's not 5 stars. I don't at this point think that it's 4 stars. I think that it's between 3 and 4 stars at this point. That's where I'm landing. 100 pages in. 104 pages in. Out of 3, like I'm a third of the way through. It's not like I'm super far or anything like that. So
Oofda.
So I'm wrong.
No, I was just thinking about that book.
Oh. I'm like, is that about my book or
no, it's just, well, and also like AJ called like during that sprint and we're having, I don't want to give like too much information, but we're having like an issue between two of the crew members. It's a guy crew member and a girl crew member. Okay, it doesn't matter. But we're having a little issue there. And I got a call about it at like 4:00 this morning. And then he called me back and was like, I'm gonna need you to run interference, blah blah blah. Because one of them is not taking the hint, the girl is not taking the hint that the boy does not really want to talk to her anymore, or like that. And I say this, but they're both over the age of 18. So keep that in mind. So that's a whole thing. And I'm like, and we had told this particular male person to not get involved with this other person for his own peace of mind, and he did not listen because young people don't fucking listen. So so I ended up like waking up Mr. Reading Waniva in the middle of the night because it was like 4 a.m. He called me, and if I'm awake, I will answer the phone. And I was like, hello. And he told me some information, and I was like, what? And then Mr. Reading Waniva sat straight up in bed, and he was like, what? What happened? So I had to tell him what happened, which he knows like about the situation.
Brain, and I thought that it was just,
but it's just ridiculous. You know what I mean?
That's a lot.
I think this is where we left off. Yes. Hello, Jessica. How are you? And then of course, like he called me in the middle of like a spicy scene, so I had to reset my brain. Like I had to like set my like I had my Kindle like this because I was like laying back like this and I was like reading, and then it popped through on my computer, and I had to like actually like set my Kindle down. And then he was like FaceTiming me. So I was like, hello, boss man. He's like, hey, you busy? And I was like, no, just reading smut. You know, it's fine.
At 4 a.m.?
No, just now.
Oh, just now. Okay.
Well, actually at 4 a.m. I was also reading smut. Because I was trying to finish fucking around.
Right.
You called in the middle of a spicy scene then too. I don't know. Everybody be calling me when I'm reading smut. Like it's just weird. Yes, Jessica missed a lot of tomfoolery. A lot. Right. That part. Do I even want to know? Probably not, Jessica. Probably no.
As someone who Googled half of the things, you don't want to know.
Thank you so much, Elises. I'm sure she's gone, but Leandra said she was going to bed. So thank you to Leandra for hanging out. We'll be on sprints. I was supposed to be on her sprints tomorrow, but AJ gets married on Saturday, so I picked up a shift at work. So I will not be on sprints tomorrow because they start after I'm already at work. But I'll be in the comments. Right. And I guess I'm gonna attempt to listen to Hooked at work because I need to finish it. Maybe I'll listen to it before work. Because I think I only have like 2 hours of it left or something, which I only have 2 hours and 15 minutes left on my timer. So we're getting close. Thank you, God. I'm finishing this before I go to bed. Like the timer, I'm finishing it before I go to bed. Like I'm not carrying this into another day. Because yesterday, I was supposed to finish it yesterday because I only had like 5 hours and then proceeded to not read at all yesterday.
But 3 hours a day of reading.
Right. I read for like 15 minutes yesterday, and that was it.
But we had 2 45-minute sprints.
Today?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But in the first sprint, I did have to pause it to go deal with Ari.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I didn't read. So that first
and then you were on the phone in the second sprint with
work. Well, see, here's how I got around that was I paused it long enough to answer the phone and figure out where I was. And I had just finished the spicy scene, so I kept reading while he was talking on the phone.
Nice.
But in that first sprint, like that first sprint wasn't a full 45 minutes. It was probably closer to like 30 because I had to go deal with Ari. Right. This one was almost a full 45 because I started at 3 minutes now. At 3 hours and 45 minutes, I think. And now I'm at 2 hours and 15
Oh, I thought you had 3 hours.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So I started at 3 hours and 45 seconds.
Okay.
Now I'm at 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 11 seconds.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So I did read for almost the whole 45 minutes this time.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. I got more listening done. I'm about 160 pages of blood deaths now. Then I started grading and graded 2 essays. Wonderful. Going to bed. Good night, Joni. Thank you so much. Thank you for hanging out. Finished about a chapter and a half. Wonderful. 11 pages and 53% done with A Darker Shade of Magic by V.E. Schwab. I need to read this. But here's the thing. I was so off-put by this secret, whatever, the Addie LaRue book. I was
so life.
like, I was so put off by that book. Like, I tried that book 3 times, and I DNF'd it 3 times. And the third time was the furthest I got. I only got 95 pages in. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And I have the damn audiobook on
Audible?
Script. No, on Libro. Because I even tried to do just the audio. Like, I was like, maybe I can just do the audio like Julia Wellen. Like, it'll be great. No, could not do it. Because I just did not care. I just did not care. I cared the first time that it happened. Like, I cared the first time when she got cursed. I cared then. I was like, oh, this is so sad. Like, her parents don't recognize her. And after that, I just didn't care anymore. I was like, okay, but clearly you've learned nothing. How many times does this have to happen to you?
That is...
Ma'am?
Ma'am. I can see that, yeah.
I'm sorry. The first time that it happens, like, I'm going to learn something. I'm going to try to live my life the way it needs to be lived. You know what I mean? So this curse be lifted. You did not do that. You didn't. And I was even like, okay, the second time you still didn't learn. You know, maybe you just a little pig-headed. No, you just didn't learn nothing at all. You learned. I feel bad because it's Crystal. It's one of Crystal's like favorite books.
I liked it, but
so I feel bad. But I just did not care. I had no sympathy for her. I wanted to care. Okay, and I'm not a heartless person. I cry at everything, guys. Okay, I'm not a heartless person. I was even crying at Pucking Around. Like, there was a scene in Pucking Around where they were having like a heartfelt conversation. I started fucking crying. Like, my heart is a heart of gold, okay? But I just did not care about Addie LaRue. I just did not care. It's kind of the same with Where the Crawdads Sing. I did not care about the main character. I should have cared. In the first 2 chapters, I should have felt something. I felt nothing. I did not care.
I wanted to throw the book against the wall at the end, so
I liked
it until the very end, and I was like,
I literally got to chapter 3, and then I text Reni and Brittany, and I was like, I know that I'm supposed to be reading this for this collab that we're doing, the Cyrus collab. I was like, but can I DNF? Because I don't care. And Brittany was like, I'm not. She's like, can I ask you which book you DNF'd? And I said, Where the Crawdads Sing. And she said, I'm not surprised. Me either. I only was trying it because my grandma gave me the book. Otherwise, I had no reason to read this book. But my grandma gave it to me at Thanksgiving, and she was like, I love this book. And now I feel bad because I still have to call her and be like, do you want this book back or what? But then I have to tell her that I DNF'd it. I have to be like, I'm sorry, Grandma, I did not like this book. I couldn't get past chapter 3. And I don't really want to do that to my grandma. You know what I mean? Thank you so much, Jessica. Oh, welcome back. I spent the whole time crawling my kid into bed and dealing with my ex tantruming. We love it. You know what I mean? When grown people throw tantrums. Chef's kiss. I'm just kidding. Everyone's saying hello in the comments. Up 3% in Verity, but kept falling asleep. I mean, I only didn't because they're like in an IKEA right now. Here's the thing. Okay. I understand that these people are like rich and shit, but who rents out an IKEA cafeteria for a surprise birthday party? I'm just wondering. Just because that's a thing that has happened in this book. That's the thing that's happening right now. Is she is like, can you come to IKEA with me? And he's like, do I have to? And she was like, well, you remember last time, I'm 9 months pregnant. She's like about to pop out a baby. Yeah. Also, before anyone asks me, no, she does not know whose baby it is. You're welcome. It is one of the 3 men she's in a relationship with, and they're going to do a DNA test when the baby comes out. That way she can put like the applicable person on the birth certificate. But there's nothing, but none of them are like, you can only have my babies, none of like that. Like they work as a family unit. You're welcome. This is like perfect polyamory. Anyway, which is really weird. I don't know. It's like almost too perfect, but also like love it. Because they do have some conflict, like in the actual book, like in Pucking Around, there is conflict there.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so she's pregnant, so she convinces him to go, and then he starts to get suspicious. Omari starts to get suspicious because she like didn't stop at the baby section and try to convince him to like get all this baby stuff, because he's more of the like, he's like a grump, but he like doesn't show a lot of feelings at all. Like Caleb is also grumpy, but Caleb is like grumpy daddy dom. He's just like dominant. Omari, Jake is a little bitch boy. I'm sorry. Like he tries to be dominant. It just doesn't really work for him. And then so he's like a marshmallow, right? That's why they say golden retriever in here, because that's how he acts. He's just like a lap dog. Like he just needs all of the attention. Anyway, and then you have like Omari, and he just is not. He's just like they'll ask him a question, and he'll just look at them, and they'll all be like sitting there like waiting for him to answer, and then he'll finally answer whatever it is that they ask. Like he's very grumpy, right? So then they go into the cafeteria and they're like, surprise! They're like throwing a fucking surprise party at IKEA. Y'all couldn't have thrown a surprise party at like Disney World? Like y'all live in Jacksonville, for God's sake. Anyway, I liked Addie LaRue, but it felt like no plot, just vibes. I didn't even feel the vibes, to be honest.
Yeah.
Here's the thing is, I tried to read that book 3 times last year, and we all know what Neva was reading for last year. Neva was reading for the vibes, because I was just out here like Oprah, giving everybody a 5-star. 5-star for you, 5-star for you, 5-star for you. Like, and probably half the books that I gave 5 stars were not 5 stars. Because I looked back on the books I read last year, and I was like, on reflection, like I'm thinking about doing like a whole vlog, like a couple of vlogs that are themed like around one particular theme. Like it's during Vlogoween, I think I'm going to do like rereading 5-star thriller horrors that I gave 5 stars last year. One of those books is going to be The House Across the Lake, because I gave that book 5 stars, and I don't actually know if it would still be 5 stars.
Right, but sometimes it's just like, this is the book that I needed at this exact moment
and I think it's
time. 5 freaking stars.
Hidden Pictures was 5 stars because that book creeped me out so badly that if everyone remembers my setup last year, my bed was over on this wall, and my bookcases were over on this wall here. Mm-hmm. So now my bed is at the window. So my bookcases were here. Well, the way my bookcases were set up, because my TV was also on this wall next to the bookcases, similar to how it is over there now, I couldn't see past the TV to see the door if I was sitting on the floor doing sprints. And one day I was sitting on the floor doing sprints. It was 24-hour sprints. And Mr. Reni when Eva walked in, and he scared me so bad. Like, I literally jumped out of my own skin. Like, I screamed. Because all I could see was the top of the door as it opened. And I was like, as I'm like looking at these creepy pictures in this book. Because last year I just read for the vibes. I didn't feel any vibes with Addie LaRue. I just felt stupidity. That's what I felt.
That's what you should say to your grandma.
Yeah, it's probably what I'm gonna say. I'm probably like, Grandma, I appreciate you trying to share the love that you have for this book with me. This was not the book for me. I'll watch the movie. It's on Netflix, and I already have a Netflix subscription, so it's not like I'm paying extra for it. Yeah, IKEA. And I mean, it was Jake's idea, which Jake is like the louder, like marshmallowy one, the golden retriever type character. I don't really care for that, clearly. But he was like, why are we, he was like, you know that I'm a Finn, because he's like from Finland. And he was like, yes, he was like, there's no equivalent to IKEA in Finland or something like that. I don't know. He's like, don't think I didn't look or some stupid shit. And then he was like, and I strictly did white and yellow or white and blue balloons. I made sure there was no yellow. I was very strict on that. Like, he did go like all out, but like you couldn't have thrown this like on the beach. Like, you had to go to IKEA.
Okay. It's weird.
It succeeds where New Amsterdam failed miserably. I don't know what we're talking about.
I don't know.
Not IKEA. We are no longer friends with your party at IKEA for you. And she like coerced him into going to IKEA. Here's the thing, like at this point, they're all just bisexual at this point. Like except Rachel. I'm gonna just assume Rachel could be straight. I don't know. But the men at this point, like I'm sorry, even if you're only bisexual for each other, y'all have done too much with each other. I mean, Caleb we know is queer because you know that within the first few chapters. Jake claims that he's only queer for Caleb. I don't know if that's true. And then like you don't think Omari is at all the entire time. And then in one of the dang scenes in here, he kisses Jake and also kisses Caleb later on. And then something else happens, but we're not gonna talk about that on Sprints. But I'm just saying I don't know what's happening at this point. It's fine. I just don't know what's happening. That's the whitest thing I've seen all day, and I own a mirror. Are you talking about the IKEA party? I just don't. Why? Like, listen, I'm a hoe for IKEA, okay? I love IKEA. Their toys are, like, top-notch. Like, I like them for Ari because they're all, like, wooden and, like, Velcro and all that. Like, so, like, if you buy, like the play kitchen sets, they're wooden, but they have, like, Velcro pieces, so you can stick them together so then you can cut them.
Like the Melissa and Doug.
Right. It's like, yeah, it's toys like that. So, like, I'm down for IKEA, but, like, do not throw me a fucking party at IKEA. If you throw me a party at IKEA, I'm walking out. I'm getting an Uber and I'm going home. What? You couldn't have thought of somewhere better than IKEA? No, thank you. Yeah, no. Google came out with a tablet. I feel like they're always late to the game and late to the party. I feel like Google is late to everything. Because, like, Samsung has tablets, Apple's had tablets for years. Like, so slow. I don't know. Google was really slow with with their phone line too. It's like I don't know what they're doing. I'm pretty sure I gave the selection series 5 stars. I don't think it would be 5 stars now. I haven't even read that series. I need to, but I'm kind of scared because people hype it up so much. Mm-hmm. You know that I'm like, what if I
love the first 3.
Like, what if I read this and I'm the person that's like, this series sucks?
I mean, it's a YA series. Like, you have to read it for what it is.
Torches and pitchforks. That's what I'm just kidding.
It's not like
I know it's
YA literature. It's
right.
Written.
I know it's YA, and people say like The Bachelor mixed with The Hunger Games or something. Mm-hmm. Which that's what's intriguing to me. I love The Bachelor. Okay, should I? Absolutely not. Like, am I going to go on The Bachelor? No. The Bachelor gives polyamory a terrible damage. Like, because that's what they did. They were like, how can we make this polyamorous, but not really polyamorous? You know? It's why I don't feel bad for the people that go on there. Not The Bachelor or The Bachelorette. Sometimes I do feel bad for them. You know, so many personalities. But I don't feel bad for the actual contestants, like that 30 men and women. Like, I don't feel bad for them. And you know why I don't feel bad for them? Because y'all knew what you were signing up for. And now you want to go cry like a little bitch in the corner about they're dating 28 other people. You knew that when you signed up. You didn't think that they were just going to date you the whole time, did you?
Yeah.
You didn't think that, did you? You didn't think
it's like the whole premise of the show.
You didn't think you would be the only person.
You have to share him.
Right.
Or all these people.
Or when they get down to, what is it, the final 3 or whatever, when they go into the honeymoon suite, you didn't think he was only going to take you into the honeymoon suite, did you? You didn't think he was only going to sleep with you, right? I'm just saying. Just wondering.
Of course they do.
Idiots. It's true. Google does not know how to be on time.
No.
I also stand by my decision to give Survive the Night 4 stars. And to be honest, if I reread it, it might be a 5. And I gave The House Across the Lake 4 stars too. Yeah, I finished The House Across the Lake. So I read the first half as a physical book. And then I read the second half with the audio, because I read them over my October 20. I read that was the other book I read over my October 24-hour sprints. So I finished it on 24-hour sprints. I finished this book at 2:30 in the morning. I was delirious. Like, this was back in the day, like before I was up all night for work. So I was like delirious by like 1:30 a.m. So I finished this book at like 2:30, and I was like basically in tears about how much I loved the twist of this book. Like, it was, I just don't feel like it was that epic, but
I was Across the Lake.
Yeah.
You're saying? Okay.
Yeah. But I was
That's the one that I'm intrigued to read. Of those two, the one that I'm intrigued to read is The House Across the Lake.
I will say, I think Brittany was surprised I gave it 5 stars, though, because I was surprised, to be honest, because I spent like the first 50% of that book bitching about how many times this bitch said bourbon. Like, how much bourbon do you drink, ma'am? Because people were making jokes about like making drinking games, and I was like, if I made a drinking game for every time she says bourbon, I would no longer be of this world. Okay? I would be dead. So, no. At that point, they could have thrown it at McDonald's. It would make more sense. Right. Because he was like, we have the whole cafeteria to ourselves for the next 4 hours. What? So y'all are going to eat Swedish meatballs, salmon, and steamed vegetables, and mashed potatoes.
All right.
Cool. Which, I mean, that is like basically their diet, like as hockey players, like in season, which they're in season at this point. But like, you could have made all of that stuff at home and not drug me out to an IKEA.
Mm-hmm.
New Amsterdam was a medical trauma. Oh yeah, okay. I got you. Yeah. I do remember this because I did watch New Amsterdam. I was just confused. Yeah, this book does polyamory very well, especially for people that are supposed to have never done polyamory in their lives. Like, none of them, like, Omari didn't even want to do it. Like, he wasn't even down for like the whole like sharing one wife with 3 other dudes. Like, he wasn't even into the polyamory thing at first. But they were basically like, you either have to be all in or all out. Like, and it wasn't a thing, in my opinion, the way that I read it, it wasn't a thing of like, do this or else. It was just simply like, hey, it would be like if I started dating someone and then I was like, okay, so listen, this is the deal. Now in our dynamic, we wouldn't necessarily make another person, like, this is very much like kitchen table polyamory, like living all together, like how me and Mishireen and Mariah do it. We wouldn't necessarily force someone outside of this dynamic to do that. Like, if we added another, you know what I'm saying? If someone started dating another person, but it was very much just like, it would be like if I was like, okay, that's cool, like, we can date, but also you need to understand, like, I'm not gonna leave. Obviously, I would use his name, but I'm not gonna leave Mr. Reading Wineva for you. Like, that's not gonna happen. So it was very much that way, like how she said, like, I'm not gonna leave Caleb and Jake because you don't want to be in a dynamic like this. And she's like, if you don't want to be in this dynamic, like, I understand, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But he wasn't even down with it at first. Like, he didn't want nothing to do with it at first. So I feel like it was very respectful and did not make it look like polygamy, which is completely different. Because I hate when people are like, yeah, it's polyamorous, and it's actually like a polygamist romance, which I have no interest in reading that unless it's Big Love. I love that show. That show was great. Good night, Jean. Going to bed. Got to 62% of Thursday Murder Club. Wonderful. Kia party sounds super white to me. Yeah, that just sounds super stupid to me. I don't care what color skin you have. It just sounds dumb. Like, you could tell me we're throwing it at a dog park instead. That sounds more exciting. Actually, wouldn't mind going to a party at IKEA. The closest one is 45 minutes away, and there's nothing else near it. I want 2 birds with 1 stone. I mean, I just don't feel like. Here's the thing: if you agree to do it that way, cool. I just feel like it's weird to throw a surprise party at IKEA.
Where the person being honored doesn't realize that it's there.
Right? Like what? Like is like they don't ever say something about like IKEA being like his favorite store. So like I don't understand.
Yeah.
It'd be like if someone told me they were gonna throw me a birthday party at Ulta. I've never been. Well, I've been to an Ulta, but like I don't wear makeup. Like what am I gonna do at Ulta? Like I've been there because like I have friends that go there, but like no. Mm-hmm. I mean, not me.
Unless it's a reading party.
Right, unless it's a reading party where we literally do not speak to each other.
Yeah.
If somebody was like, hey, do you want to do a reading meetup? We're all gonna meet at Starbucks and get coffee, and then we're gonna sit in like their cushy little corner, like where their couches and shit are, I'd be like, all right, cool. And then if they're like, okay, we're gonna do reading sprints, 45 minutes, and we're gonna come back, we're gonna chat a little bit, and then we're gonna go back to reading. Cool. I'm down with that.
Yeah, I'd be totally down with that.
I'd do that for 4 hours, but I'm not about to do just like an out and about socialization party for 4 hours.
No.
There's a reason I bring my Kindle everywhere I go, including the bar, because I'm not trying to talk to you people. Hello, Ollie. Thank you so much. Ollie is home. Ollie, I feel like it takes Ollie forever to ever get home. I need to watch Big Love. I love Jean Triplehorn. Yes, I don't even. Okay, I found Big Love by accident. That's how this happened. So when Sister Wives became the shit show that it is now, I was like, I need to find something else to watch. So I went and was on like HBO Max one day, and I was like, oh, Big Love, what is this? And I clicked on it, and then like I like Jennifer Goodwin.
I love Jennifer Goodwin.
And like my favorite show that she's been in is Once Upon a Time. So I was like, is that Jennifer Goodwin? And I realized it is. She's just like super young in that show. And so I watched it and I've loved that show. It's like a comfort show for me. Like I'll turn it on and like Mr. Reni even does not like it. So if he comes in here and I'm watching it, he's like, can you shut this off, please? I will literally watch a murder show with you before I watch this. And I'm like, okay.
Well, Jennifer Goodwin is also in Why Women Kill. So
that's true. That is true. It's like throwing a birthday party at Pottery Barn. Yeah. Like for what? Like what? I just don't understand the reason. Big Love was such a good show. It really was. And the thing was is like they never made it seem like polyamory. Like it was polygamy the entire time. You know? Although I'm gonna say like my favorite part of that show is when I can't remember his name, but the husband, right? And then Jennifer Goodwin's character, when they like first, Margie, I think her name is, when they first get together and they're all living in that little like corner of the neighborhood. So all of their backyards face each other, right? Like when you come out, like when they would come out their backyard, they could see their houses. And she was so loud that they could, like when they were, you know, that the other 2 wives could hear her with her windows closed, with their windows closed in their houses. And she didn't realize it. So they would like come from doing that. And the other 2 wives would be like, y'all good? Y'all good? How embarrassing. Anyway. Cut Ollie sooner every night. That whole thing being a boss thing. I'm shaking my head. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's right. I think his name was Bill.
Well, Bill Paxton is the guy, the actor, isn't it?
Main character. Okay, I'm about to look this up. Hold on. Because now it's gonna bother me to like not know this man's name. I mean, his name might have also been Bill.
It might have been. But
I forgot what this show was even called for a minute. I like blanked.
Big Love.
Yeah, okay, so it is Bill Paxton, but his character's name is Bill Henriksen.
Okay.
And then Jennifer Goodwin's character is Margene, but I'm pretty sure that throughout the thing they call her Margie. Because I think the only time that she's really called Margene is when she's getting scolded by Jean Triplehorn's character Barbara, and she'll be like Margene like that, because Jean Triplehorn plays the first wife, and then you have Chloe. I never know how to say her name. Sevigny. I never know how to say her last name, but you have her, and she's the second wife, and then Jennifer Goodwin is like the third wife. Because then you have like Amanda Seyfried, who played one of the daughters. Like the cast of characters in this show was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Big Love is so good. I watched it every Sunday. Yeah, I love it. What's Mr. Reading Maniva's stance on Under the Banner of Heaven that has polygamy and murder? I don't know. I could ask him and let you know how he feels about this. Yeah, Jessica said she looked it up. Yeah, his name was Bill. I mean, that had to be easy enough though, because then like you weren't like calling him by his wrong name. Wasn't Big Love based on the original owners of Home Depot or Lowe's? Yeah, because in that show he has like a hardware store that's similar. So I think that's what it's supposed to be. Is it supposed to be based off of like actual things? Because that's how they kind of stay like undercover, but they're like in Salt Lake City. Yeah.
So I need to go to bed because I have to teach tomorrow.
Totally valid. I'm probably only gonna do one more, and then I'm probably gonna go to bed also because I do have to work at 8 p.m. But like I still have to work.
Yeah. So I'm gonna sign off. But thank you so much for having me. I had a lot of fun.
Thank you for being here.
Even though I looked up snowballing.
Listen.
That was on me. I chose it. It's fine. I don't blame you.
At least you didn't look up the other one.
I will not. No. Okay.
Okay, bye, Amy.
Bye, everyone.
Sig Fig. Okay, well, that makes sense to me. Thank you for that, Jessica. True crime book of the same name. They were Mormon. Hello, Ollie. Okay, we are gonna do. I'm gonna change this though. To this. Yeah. Okay, we are gonna do one more sprint just to round it out. We're gonna just do one more. I think. Okay. So we're gonna do one more 45-minute sprint, and then I'm also gonna get off here because I need to take a shower and make sure I have everything ready for tomorrow. All right. So let's do one more, and then we'll chat, and then I'll do some housekeeping things, and then that will be all. So I will see everyone in 45 minutes. Hello. Ugh, look at this. Me crying on the internet, y'all. How did everyone do? I made it to, oh Lord, 71%. I only have an hour and a half of this timer left and 30 more minutes left in this book. So once we get off the sprints, I'm going to finish my book and then start something else so I can finish out this timer. Ugh, Lord. Ugh. I'm a big sap. Okay, it's fine. Good night to Jira. Hello to Ollie. Oh my god. Okay. Anyway, the last couple of little stories in this book have got me crying in the club. Like happy tears, but like also embarrassing. You know what I mean? 10 pages and 56% done with A Darker Shade of Magic. Wonderful. Page 32, The Undead Truth of Us. Wonderful. Here, I'll tell you guys how many pages I managed to read. Let me see. Where is my story graph? Okay. But I am going to finish this tonight because I need to. I'm probably going to go take a bath and finish it. What am I? I don't know what I'm doing. I like here. Let's see. Reading journal. A bit. So 25 pages read. Almost done with writing this chapter. Is going to be a cliffhanger. That is wonderful. What kind of fan fiction are you writing, Chris? I didn't ask, and I feel stupid for not asking. Chapter 7 of Jade City. Wonderful. I don't know how many of these I've read, to be honest with you. Hold on, and I'll tell you. Let me look at the chapters. Okay, so I have one more. So I have to finish. I have 2 minutes left in the 5th, like, little scene, novella. And then I have one more novella to read, and that's it. So I'm going to give this 4.75 stars, I think, because it really turned around for me as the stories went on. So I think it's going to get the same rating as the first book. Because I liked it about the same. Got to page 268 of Chain Gang All Stars. Wonderful. Graded 2 more essays, coming to terms with the fact that I will not reach my goal tonight. I'm sorry, ML. I'm sorry. Criminal Minds with the reboot, and it's a fix-it, sort of. Ooh. That sounds intriguing. I think after this 24-hour thing is over, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to find the audios for the rest of the books that I need to read for my TBR game, and then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to read fan fiction on my Kindle, because I started fan fiction last month, but I don't know how I'm going to count it as a book. You know what I mean? But I think I might do that and just listen to audios for everything else. Just started this week. All right, friends. Let's talk about some housekeeping things really quick before I jump off of here. First of all, I want to say thank you to everyone so far that has sent Ari gifts for her birthday. I have a whole stack over there of gifts that we've received throughout the week. So I will be filming her opening them on Monday, since that's her birthday. When she gets home from school, I will be setting up my camera and filming her opening everything, and I will post that to my channel for y'all. It really does mean a lot to me that y'all would want to buy her gifts. So thank you for that. Also, the 24-hour sprints this month are next weekend. Next weekend, the 19th. So they will start on the 19th at noon, and they will end on the 20th at noon. This time I do have my brother who will be in town, so they will be able to help me out with Ari. So she may or may not be on camera as much as she is for 24-hour sprints. She will have school on Friday, but after she gets out of school, she may or may not be on camera. So because people always ask, so it's possible that they will like go to the park or go do something else while I'm doing sprints. I don't know yet what is going on with that. I know that I'm a little bit behind on my upload schedule. That's mostly because I've been doing the 24-hour challenge. So I haven't had another video that I'm working on outside of that. I'm only working on the 24-hour challenge. But the 24-hour challenge, I'm hoping to be up by Monday. I might put it up tomorrow if I can get it done. Yeah. If I can get it done, I'll put it up tomorrow. If I can't get it done and like edited and everything else, then I will put it up Monday at the very latest. Sorry, I'm moving around. Also, I'm going to be putting a poll up on my community tab and probably, well, I'm trying to think. Should I put it on my community tab or on Instagram? Somebody tell me. I need to put a poll up. So do you guys prefer the polls to be on my community tab or on my Instagram? Because I'm going to be putting a poll up in regards to my Kindle Unlimited vlog, a Kindle Unlimited video. Now, I know some people do want the like why I love my Kindle Unlimited library haul type videos, but I could also just do like a reading books in my KU library vlog too. So I'm gonna put that up there for y'all. Yes, Elise's, you were not here earlier when we were talking about this. I 100% recommend pucking around if you are a smut reader and you like hockey romance or you like sports romance. I'm not really a sports romance girly, but I really loved this book. But it is 752 pages. So that's like my only qualm with, 758 pages. That's my only qualm with like saying to read it. But it's worth it. But also, I would suggest reading That One Night first. It's 90 pages. It's a prequel novella. So I would say to read that because it gives you a lot of background on Rachel and Jake that is kind of needed in pucking around. I mean, you could read it without it and it would make sense. But I think you miss a lot of stuff if you don't read that first. And then I picked up Pucking Ever After Volume 1 as well. And then the next book that comes out is Pucking Wild, and that comes out in August. So I highly recommend this series, but yes, be aware that the first full-length book is 758 pages. That's my only qualm. That's why I gave it 4.75 stars instead of a full 5, because I wanted to give it a full 5, and then I just couldn't bring myself to do it because it's so long, like it's almost unnecessarily long. So there's stuff in there that I didn't necessarily like, background stuff I didn't necessarily think we needed. All right, so I will put it up on my community tab and I will start doing that from now on. For things that are YouTube related. I do, if it's Instagram, like yesterday I put up a poll asking if you guys wanted to see like backlog reviews or if you wanted to see only like from May onward. Most people voted for May onward. Those type of things I put on my Instagram story because it's specifically for Instagram, but anything that is YouTube related I will put on the community tab because I, like Jessica, I know that there are some people that do not have IG, so I will go ahead and do that. Hello, Lacey's. Yeah. So I recommend it if you like those things. I recommend it if you do like those particular things. But I didn't know going in that it was 758 pages. I will say it made it easier for me because I was reading it from my Kindle. I think if I had picked up the book physically, I would have been like, nah, never mind. Not because I didn't want to read it, but just because like I can just imagine how chunky that is as like a paperback, and I don't feel like this would come. I don't feel like it would come in a hardcover. You know? Hello. Yes, we are just finishing up actually because I do have to work tomorrow. I picked up a shift. And I still need to like get some things ready for tomorrow evening. So that was our last sprint. I'm sorry. Tomorrow Leandra will have sprints on her channel at 8 p.m. I believe it's her, Brooklyn, Chrissy, maybe, and Brittany. They're all doing sprints over there for Hooked. I'll be in the comments, but I'll already be at work by the time that they start. I was going to be on them, but since my general manager is getting married tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Saturday, I told him that I would work an extra day tomorrow. Yeah. I'm struggling. I would have had to read it with my eyeballs. Oh, the hockey romance. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have, this particular series doesn't have audios because I looked to see. But I do read faster on my Kindle. I will say that. So it doesn't take me as long to read, and my Kindle literally goes everywhere with me. Maybe I'll read it in little intervals. Yeah. And I mean, it's broken into 4 POVs. Now you only get the first 3 POVs for a good chunk of the book, and then the last person's POV starts just before halfway through, I think. But you could definitely read like one or like a couple of chapters and then read something else. You could do it that way. But other than that, I don't think I have anything happening. There won't be any sprints next Thursday because we'll have the 24-hour sprints. So I don't do sprints on the Thursday before 24-hour sprints because I'm already going to be up for 24 hours. And I think that's all. So watch out for my 24-hour challenge video and also for Ari's book haul video. And I will see you guys next week for 24-hour sprints. Bye.